8 minutes past the hour. Welcome in. It's the Rick and Bubba Show. Good time gang here. Here we go. Another edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. We thank you for being with us. The number is 866-WE-BE-BIG. Yesterday we leaned on you a little bit. We had to name a puppy, and we'll give you an update on that, but that was successful. So that you never know. You need to be ready to call in because that number could be used today, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Today we have former Senator Jim DeMint on. He has got a new book, Satan's Dare. We'll talk to him about that and a whole lot more and catch up with Senator Jim DeMint. Some of you might haven't heard from him in a while, but we'll see how he's doing and see what he's got going on. And he's got a lot of things to say about the old world and his latest book, Satan's Dare. RBU this week is going to be with someone we had on the main show recently, Madison Pruitt. You know her as Maddie. She's got a new book out called Made for This Moment, Standing Firm with Strength, Grace, and Courage. It actually officially released on Tuesday or Wednesday of this week, the 19th. It was Tuesday of this week, and so it's available wherever books are sold. You can go to maddieprue.com for a direct link to the book and have tons of options on how you can get it and everything. But we'll talk to her a little bit more in-depth, long-form interview about her season 24 appearance on The Bachelor and a whole lot more going on with Maddie Pruitt, her book Made for This Moment. That'll be RBU this week, and I know when she was on the main show, a lot of you talked about how much you love that, and we'll go a little bit more in-depth with her and break some things down in RBU this week with Maddie Pruitt. All right, so with the table is set, we got a lot going on. We know the Wheel of Meat has spun this week, so that is not going to happen today. And Greg is excited about that, even though he likes banging on the drums. But let's bring them in. They're already up and ready to go for the day. He's actually smiled twice. I've seen it. There's Adler in there. He's got TV going. And over to my right is Greg and Helms. What's up, guys? How are y'all?
Hey.
Hey, how y'all doing?
We're good.
And we doing?
Fired up.
Everybody doing good?
Fired up.
We got back like a flip.
Yep.
In the part of the area in the country in which we live, there's this little storm rolling through,
I know.
and I went outside, Greg. I had to, I hate we have to say this in here. I said, Greg, don't make fun of me.
Yeah.
But I'm going to go outside and look at it lightning a little bit and listen to that thunder. It was that deep thunder where it's just long, kind of stretched out. It was really nice.
Yeah.
Sat out there for a few minutes, collected some thoughts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Collected some thoughts.
You know, how many times do we have to say a day before we do something? Hey, don't make fun of me.
I know. I felt like I had to do that.
That's just like part of our daily routine around here.
Yeah.
But
Y'all
I
can
saw
make
it
fun of me. Go
coming
ahead.
in. I saw it.
I wondered if you were in it.
Ooh, he's scared. Just a little bit scared.
Because it looked like it was kind of in your area.
No, it had not gotten to the area.
Okay.
But I drove in with, we've talked about how
we're on record for liking it.
We do.
We like storms. We do.
I like it.
We don't like it to get too ugly, but we like a good thunder and
right.
lightning.
If it's just rumbling thunder, I'm not talking about severe, no wind.
No, I gotcha.
Rumbling thunder and a little bit of flashes of lightning.
Right.
I like sleeping.
And that's what you had out there this morning.
Rick was telling me a story when they were growing up about how Greg would get in the corner and suck his thumb when it was lightning.
That's not true.
But you've outgrown that, haven't you?
Yeah, I have.
Huh?
Well, actually, this morning I did.
You've outgrown that and eating green beans. Look at you
Yeah,
growing
that's
up.
true. I've made some strides.
All right, so a lot of updates here, if I could, real quick. Last night, App State beats number 14 Coastal Carolina. A lot of you probably didn't even know college football was on. It was.
Normally not on Wednesdays.
It was, and they won.
And the reason that's the story is Coastal Carolina was actually 14th ranked in the country.
Number 14. Number
remember
14.
last year they finished in the top 20, I believe. So
Just my
and they
mind.
have mullets.
Yeah.
Including the coach.
In Major League Baseball, Houston beat Boston 9-1, leads the ALCS 3-2 as they head back to Houston. Game 6 Friday in Houston, 7 o'clock Central start. Atlanta beat the Dodgers 9-2. Atlanta leads the NLCS 3-1. They play Game 5 tonight in L.A. at 7 o'clock. That's first pitch. And if you care anything about the NFL, the Broncos are at the Browns on Fox and the NFL Network at 7:20 p.m. Central Time.
I watched the first 3 innings of the Braves, and
Yeah.
boy, they were hammering the ball.
They were,
It
but
sounds
you know,
like they
I wonder
continue.
why. I wonder why that's the
Yeah,
case.
you took that shirt off.
Listen, I'm
Yeah,
not going to be
you weren't wearing the
intolerable.
hoodie.
Not going to be intolerable on this.
Careful.
But hey, Braves country, you're welcome. And I'll tell you this,
let
I
me
got it
point
out
out
last night. Greg, you didn't listen to the segment because you're going to sound silly right here.
I listen, but when you wear it, they lose, and when you take it off, they win.
Greg, see, you don't know.
Did you wear it
So
yesterday?
no, I didn't.
They
I
win?
did something even different. I started to put it back up, and I got it out. I got it out in the first couple innings, and I set it right next to the TV. And I did this because we got a part of the audience that just, they don't believe in things.
They don't believe in
and
things.
they just don't. They don't. They
I saw it lightning over your shoulder.
I know, and it's beautiful out there. They'll be so quick to just jump into it and dog you. With a hoodie, man. And so
Greg,
I thought, you know what? They don't
Greg.
believe in the hoodie yet. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get this out. I don't normally do this. Before I put it back in the safe, I'm just going to lay you by the TV for a minute.
The safe.
And when Freeman hit the home run, I said, okay, this is enough. You hoodie, you getting silly now, okay? Mm-hmm. So I went and put it in the safe. And hey, and let me tell you something. When we get back to Atlanta, okay, and we get to the World Series,
don't you bring that thing back out?
I'm not.
Okay,
I'm not
good.
Because hey, I've done my job. I've done my job.
That's about as good a twist I've ever heard.
You're welcome, Braves country.
Yeah.
I've had people. I woke up this morning with. I normally wake up usually have like a 10 to 15 emails, and I had 30 something emails this morning, and half of which were hoodie email. I had a high school coach ask me if he could have the hoodie for this weekend.
Okay. Now you're getting crazy.
I had an Oklahoma Sooner fan, which this doesn't really make sense. I don't think I could have 6 hoodies and help you. Mm-hmm. Okay, just I hate that, but.
I did get some too. It said, "Would Helmsy burn the hoodie?"
Yeah, that's who I'm talking to because they don't listen. They don't get it. All you got to do is go back and listen to the segments yesterday or the day before. Beautiful. It may be that just is baseball, and I don't know a whole lot of things in life. I'm not a very smart person, okay? Right. But I have spent half of my life in baseball, spending hours and hours and hours. So it may just be that I know more about baseball than I need to.
Oh,
it may be that. It may not have anything to do with the hoodie.
Now you're brilliant.
Let me tell you something about Freddie Freeman. You go 0 for 8, you bring out a hoodie and claim, okay, that this hoodie's going to bring him some magic. And in reality, I don't know if y'all know this or not, many people go through these 0 for 8, 0 for 10, 0 for 12 streaks, and they're bound to come out of it.
Yeah,
he's on the record.
Due.
That's all I was doing, Greg.
You're due.
He's on the record for being the NL MVP.
Now, he doesn't strike out 7 times in a row much.
No, he doesn't.
No,
but hey, but you come out of that.
I was like, do it now, and then let's.
Sure, he had to get out of Atlanta, go on the West Coast. Got him out of it.
Perfect example.
Now you go back home on fire.
Perfect example. Dansby Swanson. He struggled the last few games.
He has.
And so it would be easy for me to come on here today and go, hey, I'm gonna get the hoodie out for Dansby.
But you learned your lesson.
But no, I did. I mean, what I'm saying is, are y'all not listening?
Yeah, the hoodie doesn't mean anything.
The hoodie doesn't mean anything. Dansby Swanson's probably going to have a pretty good series in the next couple games.
Hang on.
Stop. Wait a minute.
Greg, you wouldn't believe the people that actually believe that.
Wait a minute.
Hey, I have emails from people this morning worried that Clay Travis has jinxed the Braves by a tweet he put out last night.
So I guess my rabbit foot means nothing.
Yeah.
Dang it.
Clay Travis didn't jinx the Braves. There's no mojo there. My hoodie had nothing to do. It's all percentages. It's all hedging bets. That's all it is.
The fact I'm just seated and silent, does that help the Braves? Because I haven't.
Doesn't matter. Let's go look at a storm.
Rick and Bubba.
Let's do this. It is 22 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. It's the kickoff hour. We have a lot going on today, plus your phone calls, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Rick and Bubba join us right after top of the hour. Uh-huh.
And now,
everybody.
Well, that sends me home.
Mm-hmm. Come on.
Oh, the Ohio players.
Yeah. I like when you slap that bass over there. Come on. And for just a second, I think I can play bass too. And
all the 70s funk bands slapped it.
Yeah, you like that?
Yeah. I like the Ohio.
I've talked about the fact I wish I could play in a band just for like one set. Huh? I'm talking about like get up there and actually know what I'm doing and not just scream rebel
about Bubba.
We all love Bubba.
We all love Mama. You talking about that trailer song?
I love that.
I was able for Mr. Lucky to get on stage for Rebel and just scream Rebel into the to the mic. That's about as close as I've gotten there, buddy.
That's a long time ago.
What you got, Liz? Zip up.
You owned a music store. Your family did.
True.
I can't believe you don't play.
Oh, look, I'm telling you right now, I ought to be the best piano player ever.
Yeah, you had a professional right there in your house.
You talking about fumbling, huh? It was one of those fumbling where you're trying to catch it, you know, and you just keep fumbling, it just bounces.
You looked at it and went, pfft.
My mom taught piano lessons my entire life.
And you didn't take not one.
I mean, people come to the house knocking on the door.
Mr. Welburn. Blink, blink,
You know?
blink, blink, blink,
Here I am in there with my red mullet and headed out.
That's right. Well,
we were talking in the break, and I'm interested. I'm interested in this Brian Laundrie update that you were talking to us about.
Yeah, you got laundry.
So is there? Have they think they found his body? Is that what's going on?
Yeah,
they have found a body and then stuff with it, like
tied
backpack and stuff that belonged to him, right?
Yeah, they found human remains that were in the Carlton Reserve, which is that alligator infested swamp area where they believed he was hiding out.
Which is
the partial remains were discovered along with the, as Greg said, backpack that contained some of his belongings. The family attorney said the belongings were found near a bridge connecting some environmental park / creek area to the reserve. And
that had, up until recently, had been underwater.
You're right. So the park's been shut off to the public for nearly a month now while they, search for him. And we'll see if that, the all indications are this could be him, but he also could have pulled a good one.
This is how they get you.
He could have killed somebody,
and
left
he's
everything
capable
with
of
him
this,
and
by the
gone.
way, of killing someone and leaving his stuff there to think that, hey, it's him.
Yeah.
White gives him more time to continue to disappear.
Yeah. They said here that forensic results, they got to wait on that, of course, to find out if it's him or not, but those are being processed, so we'll just sit and wait, I guess.
I think at this point he's gone.
Well,
either way, he's either out of the country or he's dead. One of the two.
Yeah.
I don't think he's still here and we haven't caught him. Yeah. I just don't think that's possible in this day and age with the technology we have.
I don't know. Maybe if he had a Braves hoodie on.
Yeah.
Well, just not any Braves hoodie, Greg. You can't forget that.
Yeah, there's a lot of unknowns. I see where attorneys for families have gone on TV and talked stuff, but nobody knows right now. But they're leaning towards this could be him. But it's because they found belongings and backpacks and all that with him.
We're looking for a person. We got a body and some belongings.
That's a good update. Maybe maybe this is him.
Yeah,
man, what a way to go.
Right,
I've got eaten by gators.
Right.
His family said that he used to go to that area a lot. So I don't know.
All right. So when it comes to the parents. I don't know if y'all seen
I'd like
this.
to know what their real story
There's
is.
some people, and some of you might be out there right now where they're obsessed with this story. Yeah. And if you are, then you've got lots of social media opportunities where some of the protesters have just been parked outside the home of the Laundrie parents where, he'll, like there'll be social media. He cut the yard today, or, hey, he washed the car, or, he put up a doorbell camera, and they're just hollering at them and screaming at them.
Well, let me ask you,
do y'all feel like they were involved at all, or do y'all feel like they were just duped by him, that they believed the lie that he told? But it's just odd that
did they know what?
It's just odd that he comes back without her
to him what he did
and everything. Right.
And let me ask these people that yell. Look, I get it. Nobody needs to murder anybody, and it's a sad story. But I'm going to take time out of my life to drive to people. I'm not kin to them or nothing. Mm-hmm. To drive to this parent's house so I can sit in front of the yard and yell at them and protest. Do you not need to be at work at some point?
Right.
Well,
B, don't you think? I mean, would you fit? I mean, you have no tie to the people at all. But
I think if I had a tie to them, I wouldn't be yelling.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
I wouldn't either. But these people just, they show up and camp out and scream at them and tell us, remember they got his sister that day and.
Yeah, now
who does that?
Those
Who
people
does that?
were friends with with Gabby's family, and they knew her real well, and so
but we got a lot of people that just show up.
They do,
that holler.
Yeah. But when the sister came out, I thought she handled it herself, her and her husband, pretty well. When they came out, she said,
involved.
and she said, "Hey, look, I just want to let y'all know, I don't know anything. I haven't
I'm
talked
just saying,
to
these people
Brian.
that go and yell, I don't get it.
Yeah,
I don't get it.
Yeah. I mean, I don't.
Speedy
see,
wants to go yell.
I don't know. I don't
it.
know what they do about work. Do they just call in?
I mean,
Because I'm out there all
You
day.
got to have a job in order to call in.
There's people that get wrapped up in these stories and they make it personal, like it's, their business.
Yeah.
I did see a story that since this has started, and I'm gonna have the number wrong, but I'm gonna be close. I think since this has started, I think there's been 20-something bodies of missing people found all over the country since this has started. That's how many people have.
Wow.
I mean, you don't realize. I don't either. Even that how many families are sitting around going, I don't know where my loved one is. They're missing. But 20-something bodies have been found.
Yeah, that is sad, and even for the Laundry family, as evil as this guy is, and horrible decisions that evidently took place, they still lost a son.
Yeah,
and that's awful. And so, and to your point, the fact that we're just finding bodies in these areas, that's I mean, I know you're getting closure for some folks, but goodness gracious, we got that many missing people out there.
Yeah, a bunch of them.
Yeah. Yeah, we do, unfortunately. So there's you an update on the Laundry search, and
it makes you wonder why we're not combing these areas more.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
We'll take a break. We'll come back. A lot out there. We got a lot to discuss, and then Rick and Bubba join us right after the top of the hour. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Kickoff hour is live. Don't forget, later in the show today, former Senator Jim DeMint will be with us. In a little less than 3 hours from now, his latest book, Satan's Dare, that has been released, and it's his first work of fiction, and he will be on with us. He's currently serving as chairman of the Conservative Partnership Institute, and so he's got a lot to say about what's going on in the old country. So we'll talk to him and talk about his latest book as well. RBU this weekend, it'll be published Saturday morning. We'll record it today. It's with Maddie Pruitt, and we'll go a little bit more in depth with a long-form interview on RBU this week. Make sure you've got your notifications set and are subscribed to Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Okay, in our
I'd
effort,
like to see you do the hustle.
in our effort to be accurate, which I know a lot of people aren't,
Speedy,
but in our effort to be accurate,
I knew this.
buddy,
was
you
the
need
case.
to hush.
I knew it. I just let it go.
I did say I wasn't sure, but I was way off.
On how many bodies they found.
Yes. So on the way in today, I'm skipping around and I'm looking for different news stories and all this kind of stuff. And I hear a story
That's what
about
you get
this.
for making fun of the hood.
I hear a story about this. I didn't read the story. I heard it. And so when I went to break, I wasn't confident. Matter of fact, I shouldn't have even said anything. I wasn't very confident.
You should have just said bodies.
And I Googled how many bodies have been found. I was trying to find the story.
First, what did you report?
Since Gabby and Brian have gone missing, I said that they found 20-something bodies of missing people around the country.
That's what you said.
Well, they found 9.
Okay.
Since
so you doubled it. You more than doubled it.
I don't know where I got 20-something.
Did you just grab it out of the air?
I don't know.
Well,
I don't know if I've combined a number of. I don't know what I did.
Maybe you got the Braves score. I don't know.
At least 9 bodies have been found, discovered since
9,
September.
20, what's the difference?
So I just wanted to try to be accurate. Now I know a lot of people probably moved on with their day, and they're gonna repeat that to somebody.
Oh
today.
yeah, oh yes. Hey,
and so
I found you've started something.
Right, I apologize for that. And these 9.
This is how things
these
get
9
started.
souls. It's sad that it's even 9.
Yeah.
but it's not 20.
Well, I'll give you even a better note.
I feel better.
I'd like to hear y'all take a guess at this.
How
many missing person cases are there still open right now in the United States?
590.
No.
800.
23,000.
You're closer.
What? 19,000.
Closer.
Hey guys, you know
18.
what? That is stupid. When you think about
17,000.
You think about how many people in America, and we said 500.
I know.
That is
that was kind of
well. Now you've influenced me to
Greg,
have a bad number.
that's what we want to think because we want it to be low.
Right. Yeah.
We really do.
We didn't ask how many in your state.
It said this. Listen to this. There says still more than 17,000 missing person cases and 13,000 unidentified body cases remain open in the United
There's
States.
17,000 people that
Yes.
have just disappeared.
Correct.
Wow.
In the United States.
How many of them are alien abductions?
Don't know, Greg.
Well, several of these 9 bodies have been found either in the locations of Petito and Laundrie in the manhunt, or because of increased interest around the country.
How many have been found?
It's 9 bodies, not 20.
I have to bring this up.
I just want to be accurate.
Let me go ahead and warn people. Anytime Speedy gives you a number or something,
I'm laying down and there's
don't
the
repeat
bus.
it. It may be right, but then again, it may not.
If not, I'll come back and correct it.
Guys, in the United States.
How many people at work there going to say,
You might miss-
20?
Yeah, they've already cut us off, and they're in the kitchen right
yeah.
now with their coffee going, man, you ain't going to believe this.
You might miss the correction, and I'm sorry about that.
It'll be over 30 by the time everybody tells.
And
Oh,
here's
yeah.
the thing, too, Greg. They won't tell them that Speedy said it. They'll be the ones to act as if they are the ones.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you what. I mean, I was digging into the
Where'd you
Harvard
get that?
Review. You ain't going to believe this.
You know how people mix stories and they mix personalities on the show. Somebody will say,
Yes.
Helmsy said he
You're
was
right.
wearing a hoodie, made the Braves lose, and then,
Oh, how many times you got an email said, I tell you what you said was wrong. And I'm thinking, that wasn't me.
Do y'all know how many people go missing in the United States each year? Now,
billion.
they find a ton of them. But
75.
in 2020, let's just take
3,500.
2020. No. 2020. In 2020.
210.
I said
How
3,500.
I know. You're not even close.
But you still.
I know.
the whole country.
This
You
is data from the
drink
FBI.
your coffee and hush.
Okay. You're not ready for this number.
48,000.
No, we're not even close. Like
278,000.
you're getting closer, but still not close.
320 million.
In 2020,
nobody's left.
Listen to this, more than 540,000 people went missing, including 340,000 juveniles. Now,
some of them,
most of those have been found, and but this is cases that people called in and said so and so's missing.
Has anybody ever called in that y'all are missing and you were just out partying?
No.
I
don't know.
Greg, there was those years.
Which reminds me of that story yesterday we never did about the guy that they thought was missing. Come find out he joined the search party.
I'm mad for a couple of reasons. It's a great story. We didn't do it the first time, didn't do it the second time, so it's done.
It's done. Three strikes out.
It's done. It's done. Because
what's funny about that
now.
is you brought it up. You actually brought it to the table a week and a half, 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, when it was happening.
And then the lady that teaches Maddie horse lessons.
This is funny.
Sends me an email and says, "Hey, if y'all hadn't talked about this, this is pretty funny." And it was. So I printed it out.
You normally get your sources from the horse teacher?
Well, I don't normally bring things to the table in regards to just stories out there.
A lot of horse stories.
But if we go through this kind of process and we don't talk about a story,
it's just over.
It's over.
It's over.
One time there was in that same vein you asked me. It wasn't me, but there was a guy I knew. Mm-hmm. I mean, we were acquaintances. We weren't close friends, but I knew him.
Buddies.
And one day I looked and his picture was up at a store that he was missing, and I knew. I said he will turn. And I was right. They found him like in Florida.
Are you serious?
Yes. He had just left and nobody knew where he was. He left his wife and then went back home.
So let's go here.
Sure enough, they found him.
Is the closest that you've ever been is when Braden was out in the boat? And I mean, you knew.
Well, we did have a missing persons case there.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, there were 4 missing persons.
You knew who he was with. It's not like he just was, walked off and you didn't know where he was. It's just you didn't know where.
Really
he
don't
was
want to relive that, but yes, that was a rough.
Thanks for bringing that up.
That was a rough 8 hours of my life. Probably the worst 8 hours of my life.
No doubt. No doubt.
I remember that time in '87 you went missing, Greg.
Well, that's true. I forgot about that.
Well, that's what I was going to say. So, okay, let's go this route because we're on record. I think, well, at least we're not admitting it, that no one has ever called the authorities and said Speedy Greg Helms is missing.
Right.
Yeah.
But how many times has your parents had to call somebody else and go, "Hey, by the way, we can't find him. Do y'all have any idea where he's at?"
Well, look,
in the no
and that has happened to me.
Back in the no cell phone.
Yes,
days.
that's happened to me a lot.
That's what I was going to bring up. Let's think about that for a second. All right.
Yeah.
We have been parents. I mean, in the modern era where there's technology and ways to find people. Now, I know when our kids were a lot younger, especially yours, Greg, because yours are older now, that it was not that way, but they weren't out running around when that happened. Now there's ways to track your kid, call your kid. Yeah. Imagine our parents. They're just sitting at home going, well, and I guess he'll come home.
You remember
I don't know.
When we were also teenagers when you would say you were staying at somebody's house, but you really weren't.
Yeah,
well, you
there was no way to track.
You couldn't
do that now. You talking about you got to be honest?
You got to actually tell where you're at? Or we didn't get elaborate coming with a phone to set it somewhere like we were there.
Heck, they thought I was over at my buddies. I was in New Orleans.
We're camping out.
I'm just kidding, Mom.
We're camping out. The camp out was really good because you were isolated there when they're camping out.
Yeah, we went over to Mobile. We went over to Ocean Springs. I'm at Ole Miss or something. You know?
That's close.
Okay, y'all stop.
Yesterday, Braden got
don't throw ourselves on
Braden got a new phone.
Just be home on time.
Yeah, that's all that matters.
Braden got a new phone a couple days ago. Why are you on me today?
I'm just having fun with you.
Goodness gracious,
we're just having a good time. The Braves won.
He got a new phone, and we've been a few days, and I realized I hadn't put Life 360 on it.
Oh.
So last night I said, hey, I just wish you could have seen his face because he thought he had gotten out of it.
He wasn't going to bring it up.
He wasn't going to bring it up. And I said, where's your phone at? And he goes, why? And I said, because I want to put Life 360 on it. And he just gave me this look. He was like, man, busted.
I was hoping you wouldn't think.
See, the first thing you should have said is give me my phone.
Well,
still pay for it.
He knows it. He knows that.
Give me my phone.
He got that speech.
Let me see my phone.
He got that speech when Coco chewed it up.
Oh,
that's why we're getting a new phone.
I'll do that with JC and Reese. I'll go, hey, how's my car doing? Huh? What are you talking about? I just mess with them. I'm having a good time with them.
That's true.
Yeah.
Huh?
But hey, the whole Life 360 that's changed everything.
It is.
I mean, good night. You can go back and see how fast they've been going.
Yeah. Dang.
Oh, look at here.
Which by the way, if your kid, I don't know if you know this or not, parents, but if your kids are riding with someone, you can see how fast they're traveling in a car, so you know
that's
how.
amazing.
I thought about that the other day. I thought because I was on the way somewhere with someone that wasn't my kid, and I was driving like I normally do. And on the interstate, and I'll get up there and speed. I don't need to, but I do. Okay, I get over in that left lane and it get to digging.
Right.
And I thought, so they're seeing this if they're looking at their phone. They're seeing that I'm going this speed on the interstate.
Hey, white shirt.
Hey, Eddie Van Adler.
Hadn't seen a white shirt. It's usually black.
Hey, pipes.
Did you run out of the black one?
I actually wore. I thought y'all were going to call me out because I wore a shirt exactly like this yesterday, but it was slightly bigger.
Same color?
Same
Like
color,
it.
shirt pocket and
It
everything.
didn't show
like
your
it.
nipples like that one.
Well,
So is this a new
that's
thing?
why I'm wearing this
Are you
one.
going white?
No, I'm going getting dressed in the dark.
I like it. I like it.
Yeah,
I mean, it's a good,
silently
clean
trying to
look.
silently open a drawer and silently
That's a
close
good,
the drawer.
clean look.
Hey, let me just tell you this. We didn't even tell you this. Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah,
Yeah.
these are the first words we have
Right.
said to each
Yeah.
other. So good morning to you
Right,
and
right,
yours.
right.
Hey, nice coffee, by the way.
Good, good,
Yeah.
good.
See, look, there's some
I
compliments.
made a little stout this morning. By the way, make sure your kids, because you know how there are some ways that you can set up so that your kid only has like an hour of phone time on the phone, and then you have to put in the password
Screen
or whatever.
time,
Yeah, the screen time, lock, whatever. Make sure that your kid isn't screen recording while while you have to put in the password.
Is that what Ruby's doing?
Ruby's already doing that.
Dadgummit.
She's a hacker.
She's so smart.
figured it out.
She's already hacking into the matrix. But so that's a little trick, by the way. They can set up that screen record, and then they can see what the password is, and then they can add screen time, and then next thing you know, they're on their phone for 12 hours a day.
And we don't
keep
know
them.
it.
You can't
and
keep
you
them down.
don't know it.
My goodness,
They'll
y'all.
learn
It's
a
getting
trick.
harder.
I know.
This is not something really my parents had to deal with me.
No.
I didn't get a phone until I was 20. So
Yeah,
this is
right,
changed.
yeah.
The world has changed.
Right.
It's crazy.
That's good stuff, though. You're right, though.
I was reading an article yesterday, day before, and I don't know what it means when it says touching, but it said adults and teenagers touch their phone on average 2,200 times a day.
Yeah.
2,200 times.
I'm gonna
It's a big number.
Yeah, it's a big.
And I don't know if that means like
Ask
1,
Speedy
2,
how
3,
many it
4,
is.
or is it when you
Speedy
pick it
said
up?
it was really 7,000.
I needed that.
Take a sip as we go to break, Greg.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
8 minutes until top of the hour. Here you go. Here you go, Greg. Who's bringing us this portion of the show today?
Well, you want me to wing it? I'm not allowed. Nah, I don't know.
LinkedIn.com/Bubba.
See, I thought that was Lincoln.
You something else. We talk a lot about you small business owners, and hey, by the way, we're praying for you. Good night alive. But if you were trying to find that right person, maybe you're a manager and you're trying to find that hire, and I know a lot of you
everybody is.
Yeah, you're trying to find that right person. Let us suggest LinkedIn.com/Bubba because your first job posting is free. They have a network of over 770 million people. It's the world's largest professional network. And it can, through screenings and a couple of questions, target exactly the type of person you're looking for. So check them out right now at linkedin.com/Bubba and post your job for free as a listener and viewer of this show. You can find a link at rickandbubba.com as well.
I hope I have some longshoreman spots in there so we can get these ships unloaded, get the people to work.
I did. We brought it up on the fly yesterday, but I did hear a story about them dropping the age to 18 on truck drivers because I know it's 21. Yeah. We'll see if that happens or not. I got stuck behind a really, really long train yesterday, and I found myself, I used to complain about it, but I was like, no, I'm not going to complain now because it was stacked.
Bring it on.
Too high of those cargo containers. And I bet you I stayed there for maybe 5 to 10 minutes, and it was just one after another one.
There it is.
I'm like, well, go on, guy.
Keep on.
D. Chandler is outside. Happy birthday, buddy.
D.
He's outside watching the show, and we appreciate his support as always. Out in the breezeway. I'm sure it feels pretty nice out there
this
right
morning.
now. Yeah.
Need you a good cup of
little
coffee,
system
hang
going
out.
through.
I may go hang with him.
Guys,
y'all treated me this morning.
I've got a horrifying story here. Should I even bring it?
Sure.
Bring it up here.
We'll check the numbers on it when you get done.
Okay.
See if you're right.
All right. I'm going to try to read it word for word here and not remember it. Michigan man.
Michigan man.
48. How old are you again?
43.
40. God, you're young.
Yep.
You're a little old kid. 48 years old. 48, y'all. He dies after being pulled into a wood chipper.
See, that's a fear of mine.
You ready for this?
I'd rather be eaten by an alligator.
By his jacket.
I would. I really would.
What did you just
Well, you were
say?
talking about Brian Laundrie. You were
alligator?
talking about Brian Laundrie earlier, and that they found him out.
Either way's bad.
And I said that would be a horrific way to go, and it would. But I'd rather do that than be in a wood chipper.
Yeah, I hate to say, I think I agree with you.
Golly,
I can fight the gator.
I feel like I got
bit,
a chance with the gator,
but I can't fight a chipper.
No,
I promise you. I've been around a lot of wood chippers. They don't play.
No.
Man, they don't play.
That is awful.
You think I ain't chipped some brush in my day?
All right, let me ask you.
That's what it does.
Is that, hold on, what more time?
But real loud.
All right, so you've been working.
I've had a glove come off and go through it.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
I didn't
See, your
realize-
arm will get hung in the limb sometimes if you're not paying
That's
attention.
what happened
to
here,
him.
isn't it?
His jacket
But I
got,
think I
got
could
hung on the
get
limb.
out before it got to it.
You think you can get
Well,
up?
yeah, I mean, you're not right there at it.
This Michigan man
if you
thought
do
the
it
same
right,
thing.
Yeah.
He may have been
He's
leaning.
dead
I
today.
bet what he did, he leaned over in there and trying to be sharp. Because if you get there and do like you're supposed to from where you're at, that ain't gonna happen.
I'm going to say this, and here I go again with one
broke
of these
safety
statements.
rules, what I'm
But it
saying.
seems like a lot of people that we do stories on about terrible accidents are very experienced in that field,
Yeah.
and you get lazy. You
Well,
know?
This guy, no, we don't.
Yeah. No,
we
you're right.
picture him going completely through the wood chipper, and I know that's not what
Right.
happened.
No. It says here that his coworkers performed first aid until paramedics
Get him
arrived.
out of there.
That's awful, man. Fox 2 there has a story on it, and so hopefully they'll give more information if we do this on the main show. But he was part of a crew of 3 working on a private residence in Michigan, and it was around 9 a.m. that morning, and he got pulled into the wood chipper by his jacket getting caught on a branch. Golly.
Good night.
So maybe got pulled, maybe one of his arm or something.
I bet his arm all the way up and he bled.
All right,
Good
listen to
night.
this.
So I'm sitting there looking at my arm in a wood chipper.
Guys, this is a common thing. Probably not common when you look at the large numbers of citizens in our country.
Yeah.
But do you realize there's 200 plus injuries each year with wood chippers?
You and your stats
From
today.
1982 until 2016, 41 workers nationwide were killed being dragged into a wood chipper.
Wow.
Now that's from 82
Wow,
to 2016, but
Yeah.
41 lives in that period of time.
Man,
due to wood chippers.
Death by wood chipper is not
terrible.
No. It is
I'm
as
with
close
you.
as
I'd rather have alligator.
it's as close as you can get to getting eaten by an animal.
Yeah.
Yeah, boy, but you can't punch a wood chipper and it let you go.
No, you can't.
No, you can't. That's a statement of the day, I think.
I think it's a cooler story.
Man versus
too.
wood chipper. Wood chipper wins 100% of the time.
Yeah, take a sip.
I'd rather people tell people that I fought an alligator to my death than I got caught in a wood chipper.
So he was holding his own till the gator got to rolling. You know how they do that roll.
Yeah.
But wood chipper, man, he just. Whew.
I can't think of anything worse. I really can't.
That's a bad one.
All right. Well, I'm
Boy,
sorry.
they're loud.
I'm sorry I haven't brought that up.
And this was so
this
listen to
almost
this.
happened to you?
So because I read.
No, it didn't almost drag me in it, but I've had it like a glove come off my hand and get sucked.
It
up
scare
in it.
you?
No, I wouldn't, because I stayed back and did it in where you're supposed to. You don't lean in there.
Did you call Rick?
What would Rick? No, that was work. Rick wouldn't have been around
Well, I
for
just
that.
didn't know if you called your big brother when it happened.
No, believe me, you could have got him anywhere near a chipper.
You got to watch this one today. I don't know what's going on over
I
there.
know. He messed up the numbers. And
Hey, here's another thing too. In that story, it says it was at a private residence. Can you imagine you've hired this tree company
golly.
and they come knocking on your door and say, "Hey, just a heads up.
now they see.
Hey, we've had to call 911 and the ambulance is on the
Mm-hmm.
way. One of our workers got caught in a wood chipper."
I got news for you. If you're home,
That would be my luck.
Yeah.
If you're home, you'll know he got caught in it before they tell you.
You're right.
I bet he was
True.
letting out
You're
some
right.
hollers.
Welling.
Yeah.
Just welling away.
Yeah, because he couldn't believe it was real. It was happening.
And they didn't finish the job. They'd come back. What about when they have to come back and finish and they're like, oh, wow, so we're back doing this. We had a guy getting a wood chipper.
Mm-hmm.
We're back the next day finishing.
We've got some neighbors that have been doing this the past 2 days, and you're right. It is
really?
loud.
Oh, it's horrible.
And
You
there are
just
so
start
many-
about daylight.
Yeah.
How's it do, Greg?
Okay.
Okay.
You know why I know I haven't been able to nap.
Oh.
It's affected my nap schedule.
How dare them?
Yeah, it's affected my nap schedule. It looked good what y'all are doing, but you've affected my nap schedule.
Killing me here.
We'll take a break. We'll be right back. Rick and Bubba join us next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't
6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba show. How about you?
Day without 'em, brother.
A brand new hour is beginning, and we are thankful that we are together again with you. This hour starts with the national anthem. Bubba Show, brand new hour has begun. Thank you for being with us as the Rick and Bubba Show gets ready to grind another one out. Kickoff hour is already taking place. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, 80-Man Adler, they've all given that to you. Along all the Rick and Bubba various platforms. Whether you're listening to America's boldest radio stations on the Rick and Bubba Radio Network, you're listening to us on the TuneIn app, or you're watching us live on YouTube, or you're watching us archived on YouTube or archived on our podcast audio archives. However you get Rick and Bubba and when you get us, we're glad you're here. Find out all the different ways to get the Rick and Bubba Show by going to rickandbubba.com. Former Senator Jim DeMint's got a new book, Satan's Dare. We chat with him today. Don't miss that. And yesterday's Bible study now archived at another Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, recording today. We're a busy little team. Right there he sits. The pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama. But most of you probably know him best as the Silver-Tongued One, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eater's man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates, everywhere. Come on in.
There was a time I tried to kill a man. Big and Rich.
You got it.
Saved is the name of it. Bubba, how are you today, buddy?
I'm good. How are you, Rick?
Well, I owe you an apology.
Well, I'll take all of them I can get.
Yeah, I just, you know how you...
I have to give so many out. My account's low.
Now, I will tell you this. This is where, things hurt because, apologies are best used when they're sincere and you understand them. You know what I mean? Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
I mean, when you're just like, man,
Yeah.
buddy, I'm sorry, I messed up. I just, so I'm trying to find it. I got an email yesterday and somebody said, you owe Bubba an apology. And even I've worked with him on what I owe you an apology for. And he's not real sure.
Really?
Yeah, and he said it happened in this hour yesterday that I was mean to you, and I don't remember that.
Yeah, you are.
Was I mean to you?
No,
in this hour?
I made that up.
I don't recall.
Was I mean to you?
No, I didn't notice it.
I mean, if I did, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
If you were and I didn't notice it, I don't think you were.
Yeah, well, that's the part I thought I just...
I could say this. Let's go, Rick. Let's go, Rick. You know what I'm saying?
Let me tell you this. This Let's Go Brandon stuff. So let me see if
that is some of the funniest stuff. I told I was talking to some friends yesterday about it and kind of vaguely knew what was going on and was absolutely shocked it was at the top of iTunes.
Right. All right, now this is what's going to blow your mind, okay? This is what's going
You know what, Rick? I need my mind blown today.
All right, what I'm about to read to you, I think is literally because if everybody could read her, I mean, look, this person, honestly, I honestly said, I promise you, I'm not going to be. If I've done something that offended Bubba, I will definitely go to him tomorrow and apologize. Okay, but I don't remember it, and he said he's an archive guy, so him trying to narrow when it happened was also hard. But I think he was saying it was in this hour yesterday. Okay, listen to this email I got, and look, and
I can tell you about the Minnesota Vikings team that lost in the 1969 Super Bowl better than I can tell you about the 6 o'clock hour yesterday.
So you know how we're starting this thing where we read emails now when people get it because it's kind of funny. Now, but there's a line in here, and look, I'm not trying to be mean because if the guy really thought I'm not above reproach, and anytime we do something, we may mess up. But in here, I said to them,
it's all good.
But in here, I said, sir, there's a lot of ribbing.
Yeah.
And are you taking one rib and thinking it was serious? I don't even remember. I mean, was this hour even cutting up yesterday? I don't remember. So he said, I've never tried to contact you, but you are being overbearing and rude to Bubba.
Wow.
Now here's the line that I think is going to slay. Listen,
Rick, are they talking about Rick Burgess?
Yeah, okay. Listen to me.
Overbearing.
They must be mistaken.
Listen, here comes the line that's going to slay you. Are y'all ready?
Yeah.
This is going to slay you. Are you ready? This has gotten worse since Sherry went to Africa.
What?
So Rick, did you get punchy home alone?
I don't.
So he's saying it was bad and it's gotten
Does
worse.
he not give an example?
Yeah.
Well, so then I go back with what I think we should say, and I said, could you help me by being specific? We all cut up so much and mess with each other. So sadly, I'm obviously blind to what you are seeing and hearing. And then here comes my great line back. Are you sure you're not confusing me with Speedy, Helms, or Greg?
Which is probably the case.
We've talked about that earlier.
Yeah.
Rick, we've talked about
That's
that
probably
earlier.
what happened.
A lot of times we all get accused
I usually
of-
try to draft with Bubba in 1 and 2 and kind of fight the others.
Yeah.
I didn't.
But he didn't tell you what you said?
So then he said, no, sir, it breaks my heart to fuss at anyone that serves the Lord so well. I watch on YouTube starting around 3. Today you were negative to Bubba, and I would suggest that you ask Bubba about it. So that's what I'm doing now.
Right.
I'm attempting something. Then he starts talking about man.
Well, he
church
needs
and
to
all
give
that.
a reason.
And then
Rick, I'm the one that said, now, in the first hour yesterday, I told Bubba he didn't know what he's talking about in regards to the Braves, and he didn't.
Yeah. Well,
and so that's probably what it was, but Bubba and I were talking in the kitchen in the next segment, I don't think, and I was kidding, half-hearted kidding.
He says this, please understand the heart I approach you in. If Bubba says I'm wrong about this, then I beg your forgiveness.
And Greg, you were on fire yesterday.
Right.
Yeah, what's the
So
deal?
I don't. It might have been.
Does he
There's
ever
a
listen to the show?
good
Rick?
possibility that it was Greg or myself.
I'm looking at yesterday's first hour. First segment, we
There it is.
talked
Rick
about
Dogs Bubba.
we talked about the Braves hoodie and everything. Second update was a COVID update. Then we went into the Australian Open and the professional that won't give his vaccination
Novak
status. And then COVID continued. So that was the first hour.
I really think he might confuse you with the other guy.
I do. I think that's what happened.
But anyway, so at one point he says,
I'm just glad I'm just glad Sherry's back.
You said, wait a minute. You talking about do tennis players have that regimen of nutrition and stuff?
Yeah, you did talk down to him a little bit there.
About
is that what he's talking about?
Yeah.
Maybe that's it.
We do that all the time.
Yeah,
maybe that's it.
That was nothing compared to me telling me he didn't know what he's talking about.
Yeah, if this guy's not,
and I'm used to all that.
If this guy's so offended, he should have an example of what he's offended.
Well,
about.
he's admitting that. And he said,
I'm
sorry.
offended that he's offended.
He said,
if you can't tell me what I said, then you need to lump it.
He said, and I'm doing what he said. He said you should go ask Bubba because perspective is everything. You might not have meant any harm, but it might have bothered Bubba.
Bubba's all good.
And
I saw
Bubba, did you go to the
crying.
bathroom? Did you go to the bathroom and cry?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Well, the stuff like
I don't
that.
remember.
I heard some blubbering coming from his office.
and y'all, if I have become a
I'm kind of the Speedy of the kickoff hour.
if I become,
What's that, man?
Listen, if
I
this,
want you to elaborate more on that.
Please.
You talking about his numbers? He gives out? His stats.
Bubba, so I want you to know that if Sherry's trip to Africa has caused me to be rude and overbearing, I apologize.
Yeah.
It's all good.
The fact
I
that
don't
he said
really
it
recall.
ever since Sherry's been there.
I'll tell you what, since she's gone to Africa, this has gotten worse. 17 minutes past. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't
It is
stop
22
love.
minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba show. We're back. 866 We Be Big. Thank you for being with us.
Oh, there is no other.
Looking ahead, Mangum, Louisiana, coming up this Sunday night. Excited to be there for Man Church and Mangum Baptist Church. Fired up and ready to go to Louisiana. I'm already preparing, everybody's favorite Greek Cajun, Andrew Varvutis, is going from Team Man Church. He's a bit of a, and he made a good point. He's a bit of a food prude when it comes to, hey man, let's go to a Cajun restaurant. I mean, I don't even get around. You know how he gets that look on his face? He becomes Greg on stuff like that, and he's like, and so he made a good point, and I don't know if I said this on the air or not. When I tried to say, why do you have to be negative about every Cajun restaurant? It really hurts people's feelings when they think they've got you some good Cajun food, and you roll your eyes at it. And
it's like everything else in life.
Yeah. So he said this. He said, are there restaurants in Birmingham that serve cornbread? I said, well, yeah, of course. He goes, have you ever been to a restaurant and eat a piece of cornbread that was even anywhere near your mother's? I said, no, I really haven't. He goes, that's my point. I mean, I come from Louisiana. I
come from the land down under.
Right. These meals were made by people who lived in Louisiana. So if I go to a restaurant, do you think they're ever going to serve me Cajun food as good as what my family serves?
No, probably not.
And I thought, well, you know what? I understand. I just wish you wouldn't talk about it so much.
Right.
And, and like we go somewhere and somebody says, oh, we got this. And I'm just like, well, I guess don't say jambalaya. And so anyway, this is actually near where he is from. And he says his cousins and all these uncles and all these people are coming. And he said if the church would like for them to cook, that they would handle it. And I said, no, I don't. The church is in Louisiana. I don't think they need your help.
Right.
I think they got it. And I don't even know that they're going to feed us. I mean, who knows? And, of course, I don't take Gary anymore because you remember the last time I took him to Louisiana, that's when the incident happened.
Yeah. We're still talking about it.
Which was a horrible incident, by the way.
Yeah, I know.
So because when I took Gary to a men's event in Louisiana, and you remember Henry Cho telling us the first time he went to Korea with his dad?
Yeah. So he got lost when he got off the plane.
So when Gary went into where all the folding
That's
tables
one of the funniest bits.
Gosh, it was good. But when Gary walked into the crowd, I mean, it was that Gary was everywhere.
Yeah.
I mean, it was
no way to find
it. It was our kind of people. So anyway, so looking forward to being there with you guys coming up this Sunday night. I love the people of Louisiana, and those of you that listen to the show in Louisiana, you're a special bunch. Always fun. I mean, has anybody ever hung around a bunch of people from Louisiana and said, I just didn't enjoy it?
No. And usually the more of them, the better.
Right. And, of course,
because you need somebody to translate.
Yeah, and they're in that category where we as people get obsessed with them. One time we were obsessed with people from Australia.
Oh, yeah.
And then, of course,
Alaska.
And of course, Louisiana. Right. It's if you can go to Alaska, Louisiana, and now Australia is losing their – we don't love them as much as we used to because they're
acting so weird.
Yeah, they're turning into a communist country. So that's undesirable.
They're acting so un-Crocodile Dundee right now. I don't know how to act.
And how I know they've had protests, but it just seems like the people of Australia would just say this is going to be a full blown, we ain't going to do this.
Right.
And because you had, what was the other bunch? Was it New Zealand?
Yeah.
That finally said no mas. They just said, hey, we were wrong.
Yeah.
None of this worked. This is not sustainable. That was the word they used.
Right.
Trying to stay.
And they're similar. I mean, they're a closed island, not as big, but, kind of the same concept.
So are you big in general on Cajun food? Because I know we talk about food here a lot.
Rick, I'm big on food.
Yeah.
And, I'm just big on food. So,
food,
Cajun will probably fall into that. I don't like overly hot stuff.
Yeah.
So, some of that gets a little much.
You like a good jambalaya?
I do.
Who don't like that?
I do, but not all the time. I got to take it easy, and it depends on what I'm doing.
I'm going to say something here.
Because it can get you.
That may be controversial. And I may even get boo birds from my own guys here, but y'all try not to be rude and overbearing to me. But I just want to say this, that when you eat, I mean, I shouldn't say this going to Louisiana Sunday. I'm not a overly huge fan of the andouille sausage. There it is, and there it is.
Oh boy.
Wow!
Like when I'm having gumbo or jambalaya, I like the other seafood and meats in it, the chicken, the shrimp.
Yeah.
No, I love fried alligator.
And the alligator, the andouille sausage is my least favorite part of it. Is that okay?
No, not really.
Low country boil, you'll see me working around the sausage
Really?
to
Are
get
you
the shrimp
serious?
and the potatoes and the corn.
Yeah. Now but if let me say this.
I know.
If
What's your problem with the
let me say this: if the shrimp was out of it, you would eat the sausage.
Yeah, but
see, and I think I would do the same thing on certain things.
I think the sausage to me, it's one of those foods.
I like it, but I get it.
It's one of those foods. Like apparently, I can eat all the bacon the world has ever offered, and apparently, I can eat all the shrimp the world has ever offered.
Yes.
I can eat all the chicken the world has ever offered. But for some reason, when it comes to my consumption of sausage, there's only so much I can take. I can't go all in on sausage.
Okay.
I mean, it's not that I don't like it. And for some reason, when it comes to sausage, the thinner the sausage is, the better. The thicker it is, the more it bothers me.
Huh.
You know, like if somebody's going to give me sausage patties, I want them to kind of be thin.
Yeah, I understand.
I
know.
Do you know where I'm coming from?
I do. I understand.
Okay.
Now, don't get me wrong. I don't go do chicken sausage and turkey sausage and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I want a pork sausage, but I got to tell you, I don't know if my system just doesn't handle it that well. I'm not sure.
So you're saying if they're going to serve Sunday night, pick the sausage out of the gumbo?
I didn't say that, because if I said that, then I won't be allowed to come.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is,
Pick half the sausage.
You worked around it.
I'm just saying it bothers me a little bit when everybody's getting all excited about andouille sausage, and I'm kind of over going,
Let's see.
I'm really more fired up about the rest of it in there.
You know,
Maybe they're not listening or watching.
See,
right now.
I'd have to eat after the event.
Well, on Cajun food, I think you're right.
Yeah, I don't.
Now, normally, if I go to a place and there's a steak and a potato, I'll go ahead and eat before. But you jump.
Hey, I understand.
Yeah, hey, but you jump.
But you're risking.
Oh, buddy, yeah, you're rolling the dice there. I mean, you could have a jambalaya problem. Guys, as y'all are turning to that scripture, give me just a minute. I'll be right back.
yeah.
You know, nobody wants that.
Think about that. I'll be right.
And where's the switch for this wireless mic?
Get details at rickandbubba.com under events. I'll see you guys Sunday night. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. SimplySafeBubba.com. Teaming up with the Rick and Bubba Show. Now featuring an ultra-wide 140-degree field of view outdoor security camera, 1080p HD resolution, an 8x zoom, built-in spotlight, color night vision, so you can keep an eye on what's going on around your property day or night outside the property. It'll integrate perfectly with your Simply Safe security system, extending its protection to the outside. Or if you're going to build your Simply Safe system from the ground up, you haven't started yet, what are you waiting on? Go ahead and add that as you're building your own system that you will install yourself. They're there to help you if you need anything, but you can install it yourself. SimplySafeBubba.com. They're celebrating the new camera by offering 20% off your entire new system, plus your first month of a monitoring service will be free when you enroll in the interactive monitoring, which is 24/7, about $15 a month, and you're not in some contract or hidden fees or any of that. So if you'd like to get your Simply Safe Bubba system, do that now. SimplySafeBubba.com. You can also find a link at rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors button. All right, so let's unpack a few things. We chased a few rabbits. We'll come back and explain a few things we said. This is from Jeffrey in Alabama. He says, I cannot wait for the Behind the Show documentary. They'll be talking about how good the show was doing and that it had reached an all-time high. And then the narrator, probably a Morgan Freeman-sounding person, will say, everything was going good. When we come back, Sherry goes to Africa. And so
it all went down
there from there.
By the way, if you want to be a policeman in Gulf Shores, you're going to meet Morgan Freeman.
This story,
that was hilarious. He's on the hiring committee.
He's on it's a group where they're screening applicants.
And moved into Bubba's Oconda.
I know it. Unreal. Bubba gave him a deal.
Guys, of all the communities in the world that Morgan Freeman, I love Gulf Shores. It's beautiful. It's absolutely.
Why is he on committees?
Well, this goes back to this again. We thought our beautiful white sand beaches were kind of a well-kept secret. Apparently not.
No.
If Morgan Freeman moves there and now is participating in community events and vetting out the next police
that tells
chief,
me you want to stay. You know?
Yeah. So Morgan Freeman lives in Gulf Shores, Alabama now. Gosh, that's funny. So, Bubba, you said we need to explain some things.
Well, I said something casually a minute ago, and it was just in a general term that I am the Speedy of the kickoff hour.
Yeah.
And what I meant by that, in general terms, it's very general. A lot of times Speedy gets to be the butt of the jokes here on the show.
Right.
And sometimes unfairly so.
Right. Oh, yeah.
And I kind of play that role for the kickoff hour sometimes. So.
Yeah. So you're saying
just in general terms.
So really, you're saying if anybody's been rude and overbearing to you, it's kickoff.
Well, no, you just end up being the butt of the joke, and it's fine. I mean, it gets its own. It gets its own gravity, and it just kind of rolls. And that Speedy has to deal with it during the main show, too.
Right. So,
and unfairly so on both accounts sometimes. But it is kind of funny, both of them.
Well, I think if you've listened to the show, and I understand totally what you're saying, but if you listen to the show for any amount of time, I don't know that anybody has gotten out of here unscathed.
No.
It's a rough room in here.
I'm just saying, if you just are going to throw the dart, that's usually where it'll land.
Oh, yeah, sure.
And like between the Burgess brothers, it's always Adler. Yep. He's usually the butt of the Burgess brothers.
Yeah, sure.
So.
Yeah, well, you don't want Burgess brothers if you feel us picking momentum up, because you'd rather keep us going against each other. Yeah. But if you ever see us forming an alliance, that's when it's trouble.
There needs to be a healthy competition between y'all to neutralize.
That's right. Yeah. Always keep us working against each other.
Because this has been going on for 50-something years.
Yeah. So, there's a lot of people been the victim of that. And Speedy is loving the fact that we were talking about my shoulder's hurting, and I don't know why.
Hold on. I don't know why. I'm not excited that your shoulder's hurting. No, it's what you had to say.
We were talking about it.
It's what you said about rehab.
Yeah,
that's what got us.
Don't lose the
disgusting somebody said you need to have rehab on your shoulder, right? I said no, it's just hurting. It's been hurting for a day or two, and I can't raise it up.
Now wait a minute, I want to be clear,
and I don't know why.
You said it's hurting, which is true, but you described something. Believe it or not, I hate to bring up Sherry in Africa again, but it's
boy, this was a landmark trip.
It really was. But she has been having trouble with her shoulder, and she calls it very similar. Unexplained. Mm-hmm. There was no injury, and she used the term you did. She said, "It feels weak, like I can't get it to do anything."
Right. I almost feel like I need to wind up to get it to go somewhere.
Kind of like a dead shoulder, kind of.
And she was told,
I probably just need to throw the football.
And they said this is mainly common. And again, I don't want this to come across the wrong way, that it's mainly common in middle-aged women that there's a thing called frozen shoulder.
Oh yeah. Well, look, it's real common with me, and we've joked about it. I mean, that is one of the signs you're getting older when you wake up and go, "Wow, this is hurting. I don't know what I did."
Yeah. Right.
Used to you'd wake up and go, "Yeah, my arm's hurting because I threw 4 innings yesterday."
Right. So, I know.
Had to throw a lot of curveballs.
I have injuries like this all the time.
But now, or I played tennis. Long, whole tournament. This
But that's
weekend,
common
my
in
shoulder's
middle-aged
sore.
women, though, Rick.
Well, and what I but
he
this,
does use female deodorant. Do you still use women's deodorant?
I'm just talking about the thing called frozen shoulder. But yes, we've been talking about
more efficient.
Matter of fact, I can't tell you the streak. Talking about streaks,
And I'm lemony fresh.
Right. That's so funny. But what I'm saying is, I can't remember.
Hi, Betty.
Bubba, I can't remember. Like if you said, Rick, let's say that days with no pain were a hitting streak.
Right.
I have not put together one.
No, I'm batting about 120.
How about that? I can't remember.
I can't even foul a pitch.
I can't even
foul a pitch.
I can't remember the last streak I put together of painless days.
Yeah.
I hadn't had a day with no pain, and I don't know when. And like Bubba said though, but we usually, there was a time when you were younger you could tie it to something.
Yeah.
Now we can't do that anymore. But then I said, well, Bubba, what you need is rehab, and that led to this.
Yeah.
So
and the break.
The guys were saying, "Well, just go do rehab." And I said, "I don't like doing rehab because I hate having to keep up with all the counting of the reps and what the weight should be on something because I can't ever remember. Like I leave one day and I go back and you're on this machine with the weights, and I'm like, I don't know if it was 40 or 50 or I don't know what to put the pin in. I didn't keep up with it.
So you want somebody to stand there and count for you?
I wish somebody just keep a chart and keep up with where the pin ought to be and then count the reps for me and say, okay, you're done.
Right.
No,
you don't want to be
because I get to counting. This is what happens. Yeah. I'm like 1, 2, 3, and then I start thinking, hey, where are we going for lunch today?
Right. Well, I lost count.
Right.
And then I'm thinking, do I need to get gas in the vehicle? And then I'm thinking, you think
reps.
that SpaceX launch is going to go off on time or they're going to have a delay? Well, who's the crew? How did they select the crew? And then I go, I don't know what the count is.
Right.
And I don't know where the pen goes.
I wonder if Rick knows how rude Nova Bearing was to me. Will he mention
it's usually more creative,
So if you could get somebody to
inner
handle all that.
perspective, So I wish somebody would just, say, okay, last time you were here, you did 30. Mm-hmm. We're going to do 40 this time.
Well, let's do
and then we're going to count out because they're always taking care of multiple people.
Oh yeah.
So they run around. They do a wonderful job. But I just can't.
You need somebody to stay with you.
I need somebody to ride my workout a little harder.
Well, can
you know what I mean? Does that make sense?
You
If
think
you have
you
like
think I don't
running,
understand that?
if you're running, you want to just get somebody to run for you.
Well, here's a good thing
Like
about
a pinch
running.
runner in baseball.
Here's a good thing about running when you say you go from here to there or walking or whatever.
Here we go. Adler's got you set up.
Go to the water tower and turn around and come back. Okay.
Yeah,
well, I don't have to. I have to remember details.
Down there and back.
Start doing
down
this.
there and back.
Start doing this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I need that.
Yeah, here we
I
go.
love stretchy band stuff.
Well, where did you come up with a stretchy band?
band stuff.
Rick, he's old. Ricky's got a medicine ball too.
Hey, don't. Yeah, go in here. Start light.
Look at Adler.
Start
Look
light
at
with the
YT.
tension.
Which one?
Start light with the tension.
I think Speedy could have been a physical therapist.
I do too. I think he does.
Missed his call. He is a great fit. Anytime I'm
could.
hurt, Speedy is the trainer. I want him to
Your
take
hands
me
are
out.
excellent.
He loves rubbing dudes.
Speedy, what do you mean?
Y'all's problem.
Speedy, what do you mean?
And you're just allowing it.
See, this goes back to my earlier statement.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
So, what do you mean?
Do external. Yeah, no.
Greg,
No.
and it's your stupid voice sound like mine. That's what this is. That's what's happening.
No.
Greg's got.
Ooh, did you hear Rick?
Greg, for some reason, Greg's got Reuters insurance with that.
There you go.
That.
See, I've already lost count.
Yeah.
I don't have it done.
He's done 3.
And you
I
know when
wonder
you
if we
lose
could get it-
count, you know what you do?
I wonder if we
8,
could get it right here, Adler.
9, 10.
Always go to 8. Always go to 8.
I go to 8. It's my
here?
default.
I do too.
You know what? No, don't pull that. That won't hold it. That won't hold it.
Hey, he's wore out. Hey, he's wore out. Set him down.
Bubba, you're not cranking a lawnmower.
Yeah, you got to get it on.
Look.
This is where it's hurt.
Hey,
I did. I tried to ignore
keep the elbow stationary. Don't move. Don't move your shoulder.
Am I not being a jack in the box?
You're like a natural.
I think you.
Somebody just used to do the jack in the what?
Like, you know how the crank on the side of a jack in the box?
I got you.
Yeah. No, not like the woo, not that
Hey,
part. the
jujitsu,
crank.
calm down.
Okay, the crank part.
I know
There we
that
go.
this is
That's
your
better.
area.
There
Calm
we
down.
go.
Calm
Oh.
down, White
Now
J.
we're working. Now we're working, Bubba.
Yeah.
8, 9, 8.
See, it always goes to 8.
Time for a break.
No.
Gotta get that acid off.
What?
If you do it long enough, you might get some of it off. I thought it was your shoulder or something.
Here, do some more. Face the camera and do it.
Bubba hates rehab because he has to count. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Thank you for being with us on another edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. Somebody say, hey. Water just flowing by. All right, so Jim DeMint coming up later on the program, his new book, Satan's Dare. That should be interesting. And then Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, we're doing a brand new one here. I know we had Maddie Pruitt on the big show, but this is going to be more of a behind-the-scenes, 45-minute conversation, digging deeper into her time on The Bachelor and her new book that is out and how that's going, too. We can get an update on that. That comes up this weekend, and then yesterday's Bible study on 1 Corinthians 11. Some of the things that I think, even in my own life, that I was kind of didn't fully understand. This is that discussion about head coverings and all this. So it's the commentary and research on that. I think we answered a lot of questions or maybe clarified some of that yesterday. That is now in the archives today. And, of course, there'll be some things that the Apostle Paul says that some of you will not like, but as Paul lays out, you'll need to take that up with God. All right, so wasn't his deal.
I didn't write it.
Right, I'm telling you what he said. He has an order, and if you don't like the way he does things, you can complain and be upset and be contentious about it all you want. It will not change who God is and what he says.
Amen.
So, I think I heard the best presentation of this, and I can't remember the guy who was teaching his name, when he said, talking about, because this is a discussion about men and women and equal but distinctly different in the different roles and headship and all this, and nothing in it that is misogynist or any inequality, if you'll take time to actually research it. But even when you go back to God's standard of the two genders and God's standard for marriage and all that, and what the pastor used this great analogy, he said it's almost like we as humans, that God said, I give you to him, and I give you, sir, to her, and this is what this. Out of all the things I could have decided, I've decided this. And we look at God and go, I want multiple choice. Where's my other choices? And God says, I didn't give you any other choices. This is what I deemed. Well, this is not the way we want to do it. Can you give us another? Is there any other choices we have? And God's like, I didn't give you any other choices. Yeah, we're acting like that. We're demanding multiple choice from God on the way He wants to do things, and He's like, I've already spoken.
And He gives us a lot of choices anyway.
Sure, yeah. But when He said, here's the design I've come up with, and we said, hey, got any other ideas?
Yeah.
And God's like, no, I really don't.
Skip.
As a matter of fact, I went through the process of deciding what I want to do, and this is it. I've made that decision, and it doesn't change throughout the entire deal. So anyway, enjoy that. So Bubba.
So you mean to tell me y'all remember, without really thinking about it, where the weight numbers go on the machine when y'all go to work out?
No, I will say this, Bubba. I'm going to admit this to you wide open. I think I've said this on the show before. The reason why that I go to Godspeed, and we talked about to those guys last week, is for what you just said. When I'm left to myself on trying to do better, or rehab, because I've done rehab a lot. Let me tell you when my rehab stops. When they realize they don't have enough staff for somebody to stay with me the whole time.
Right.
And so they say, at this point, you have a little card. And every time you come here at the time that we say rehab tomorrow, take this card and go through these machines and these little apparatuses and do your rehab. That's when I quit coming. Because for what you just said, I get in there and I go, I can't remember how many times I'm supposed to do this.
There's a lot to do, and there's other things.
But if
you're getting texts from somebody needing something.
I think part of life is understanding your own shortcomings. Right. And for me, trying to work out without someone saying, welcome, Mr. Burgess. Today, our workout consists of this, and this is what we're doing. Do this 4 times, do that 12 times, do 3 rounds of this. If I don't have that, and I'm just the guy who walks in and says, well, there's a lot of machines and stuff in here, I guess I need to put something together, I usually do a very poor job of that and never push myself on rehab or training like somebody else will.
Yeah.
I guess y'all think I should be more self-disciplined and motivated, but I just don't do as well that way. I do better under accountability and somebody saying, I planned the workout and here's what we're doing today.
Yeah.
And that's why these businesses thrive, because there's a lot of people out there like that.
Yeah, I'm impressed with these folks that work out in the garage, or
they
have a room and they're like up at 4:30 working out. I'm like, man, the drive, you've got to go out there and do that.
Of course, I'd like to see their workout, but
how do you remember what weight? Because what I'll do is I'll usually get on there and go, oh, that's too heavy.
I look at it.
Oh, that's about right.
That's about right.
I don't document it.
I've got a solution for you, because I know that you kind of didn't do much with that shoulder.
In, he's going to be disappointed.
Here's what I'd like for you to do is I'd like for you to. There's some peanut M&Ms. D. Chandler is outside, and for
D don't love you.
He's celebrating his birthday by coming and watching the show. By the way, 14 birthdays in a row he's come to the show.
How about it, D? 14. But do you want to take nutrition advice from D?
Well, no. Here it is. This is a healthy choice, Rick. It's a healthy choice.
Right.
It's a healthy choice. Focus right here.
There is something to that Africa trip.
He's not claiming.
Goodness gracious.
Is D
Tell
claiming
Sherry to never go to Africa.
Has he ever claimed he's a nutritionist?
Hey, D's legs, Rick. All right.
Happy birthday, D.
So he brought
He
in.
doesn't disagree with me.
He brought in a healthy choice of peanut M&Ms. Okay.
Somewhat healthy.
And
that was shot down last
somewhat
week.
healthy.
Yeah.
It was.
And
They couldn't believe
let's
that.
see here.
I think one of them held their forehead.
It did.
Let's see. We got about 19 ounces here, I think.
Rick, he
Try
said
holding
his
these
quote
out.
was, "I think my head's about to
That was it.
explode."
That was it.
Yeah.
All right. Give me your hand. All right. So we're gonna hold this out here straight out.
Look, here's Speedy,
All right,
the
hold on.
physical therapist.
Give me 5 right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, good. Now get an M&M.
So good.
This is awesome.
It is awesome.
Good.
This is,
Good.
he
Look
missed
at his face. You
he
know when
missed his calling.
That's
You
good.
have figured
You know
it
when
out.
you're teaching a puppy a trick.
This is the magic bullet.
All right, now,
And you
let's
reward
go,
it.
Go again.
That's what
Give me
Bubba
5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Boy, he's really
Good.
broken.
Good. All right, take another M&M.
I believe you found it.
Good.
I
That's
believe you found it, Speedy.
Take a break here. Just eat it real good.
with that.
Huh?
You do it with a
You can, yeah, if you'd like to. You want to do that?
I wanna get
Good.
some work
Good. Just
in
be careful. Don't do too much tension because you're not loose yet. Okay.
Yeah,
Here we go.
Really look-
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Very good. Get 2. There we go.
You've earned it.
What do you think about putting one in the hand and as he comes to his mouth, he's actually doing the tension?
Okay. Yeah. You want to like do curls?
That'll get too many.
You
Okay.
want to do curls?
Yeah, you're right,
Like
bro.
okay.
That's a good point.
All right. Let's do one more. See, that's only we're gonna do one more. There we go. Come on. Okay, hold it up. Now I want that out wide. There we go. Straight out. Straight out.
That's how we
There
train
go.
Coco.
Here we go.
Exactly. Same
So
thing.
1,
So our little buddy learned to go to the potty.
3,
We'll have Bubba peeing
5.
on a
Very
pan.
good. Very good. All right, get another one. Good. Good job. Good job.
Look at Speedy's rehab.
Yeah, that's great.
good. That's
So
good.
does it already feel better?
Oh yeah, real good.
Plus,
Where are you going?
Plus, you're in kind of an overall.
He's waiting.
He's waiting at the door. Somebody let him out of the back.
Hold on. Let me come over here.
That's so good. That is so good.
There he goes. Hey, good boy. Good boy. Oh, that is hilarious. Gosh, that's good. Thank you. That's exactly. By the way, what you just did, I do every single morning. It looks just like that with the dog. The dog does exactly that same move. It's always the happy when they come back because they know it's treat time.
How's your shoulder feel now?
Better. That's a lot better.
Okay, good.
Take that, frozen shoulder.
We can do a couple more if you want.
Happy birthday, D. Chandler.
Thank you, D.
Sorry
Thanks for helping on my rehab.
Glad you're here, buddy.
Top of the hour.
Thanks, Rick.
More of the Rick. What? You're acting like he agrees with me.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Adler all here. Team Rick and Bubba moving forward today. Will of Meat already happened back on Tuesday's show. So if you're waiting on the Will of Meat, it's already spun for the week. But it will, Lord willing, spin again next week when the Rick and Bubba Show continues. Welcome back for a brand new hour. There's Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. And how about them Braves?
Atlanta Braves update. We've got the National League Championship Series is going on. Braves win. Braves win.
You're welcome, Braves country.
Braves win. Greg? Is it 3-1 now? 3-1? Yep. Everybody say,
I thought they outlawed that.
I did too. Speedy,
when you're winning.
You may be playing something you're not supposed to be playing. You know how
we're in trouble now. Hey, Bubba, when the Major League Baseball commissioner rips the All-Star game from you, you don't really care anymore.
No, you really don't. What are they going to do
You
to
say
you?
in your face.
What are they going to do to you?
It's on your prep sheet, Rick. There we go.
That was the biggest joke I have ever seen.
How about the
people they really hurt are the people they're saying they were trying to protect.
Yeah.
They said in real controversy, they said when the win that the fans in Atlanta actually had Dave Chappelle lead this.
Is that why they had a free Netflix section for all their employees?
So good.
Wow, that got out of hand. We got video on that coming up in a little while.
Yeah, good night.
Wow. Tell you, mean
Hey,
butt.
the cancel bunch ain't done with Chappelle yet. He ain't in. He's not at safe harbor yet.
No, he's not. And is there any way we could turn this into the reason why they hate Dave Chappelle is because they're racist? Is that possible?
Yeah, well, you just start saying it.
Yeah, okay. Even though I'm not, there's no proof there are.
No,
but
none of the rest have been either.
They would probably say, no,
let's
we're
go
just
with
mad
that.
about what he said. And I said, well, yeah, that's the kind of stuff we say.
Yeah, right.
All right, so I got no idea what's going on, so I'll give it to the baseball people.
Well,
Else, you
go ahead.
Well, I would just say this: tap the brakes, Braves fans. I know we're all excited. I'm excited. I'm more excited than anybody because of what I've been through the last few days, taking some chances, throwing some things out there. But keep in mind, we were in this place last year, 3-1, and it didn't go well for us. Now the good news is if we don't win today in L.A., we go back to Atlanta for 2 more. So I do like that, but. Things seem to be lining up for Atlanta, and they do. Speedy, we can talk truth. We have fun, guys. I don't believe in this whole. I don't believe. Guys, I've been saying it all week. I told you what was going to happen. They weren't going to win the first game. Their best chance of winning was yesterday. They're probably going to lose tonight, and then you're going to have to face Max Scherzer, who I can't believe admitted he has a dead arm.
Yeah, I know.
And then Walker Buehler, 2 of the great pitchers in Major League Baseball. So I'm going to be honest with you. As a Braves fan, I don't like this at all.
Greg, can you play this on the drums too?
But I can't believe we've gone this far. So we're playing with house money. I do think it is funny, okay? And if Houston and Red Sox will go at it again tomorrow,
Friday night.
And so Houston up there, they go back to Houston. And so I do think it's funny that we have a really good chance that a team that was banging on garbage cans 2 years ago in that controversy, and then one that got the All-Star game ripped from them, could end up in the World Series. I do think that's funny.
Yeah. Plus, I hate the Red Sox, so if them losing is always good for me.
Yeah.
That's that Yankee coming out in you, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't like any teams from Boston. Never have. Didn't like the Celtics. Didn't like the Patriots.
Hey,
my feelings.
No more hoodie talk, okay?
Don't know the Bruins, but I probably wouldn't like the Bruins either.
I think we're on record on what the magic and the power that the hoodie has. The hoodie has been put back in the safe, okay? Freddie Freeman emailed me, said, thank you, Helms.
Thank you.
And it won't come out again until 2022. So let me tell you, folks, when we get in the World Series, if that happens, don't email me about the hoodie. It's not coming back out.
So Hoodiegate's over?
Hoodie's out.
Don't bring the hoodie back out.
Well,
Hoodie did its job. Okay.
Thank you,
one
Hoodie.
win.
It got the 1 of 3 wins. It got Freddie back on track, and that's all the hoodie needed to do. That's what I told you it would do.
Well,
It did.
And it
you
did.
said they were going to lose tonight, so just wear the hoodie. They probably will.
Huh?
You said the Braves were going to lose.
No, I said they would take one of three. I said Greg, you got to actually listen to the segments. I said they're going to win clear. One of three. Well, no, I did. It was one of three. One of three is clear, and I said it would probably be the second game because it was a bullpen game, and we throw a lot of lefties. Hey, L.A. struggles with lefties. That's another concern about going back to Atlanta. That's you get the righty on the mound, Dodgers will make you pay. And yesterday we didn't have that situation. Smiley gave us 4 good innings. We didn't expect that. And so it's
Greg, you know what I like to say, hey, righty-tighty, lefty.
Here's the other thing. Here's the other thing, Rick. The Braves seem to hit lefties really well too. And that's what they had on the mound yesterday. All these things that I'm saying are not they're just it's if you're watching what's going on and you see hey, Bill James, the godfather of analytics, he's the one that brought this book and Moneyball and all that. He saw this coming, but I do not like. I don't like going back to Atlanta.
How is Steve Garvey playing?
He was actually at a game. They showed him at the game. Yeah, they did show him at the game the other night.
What about Benny the Jet Rodriguez? He stole home.
Is Andy Messersmith still pitching pretty good?
Honestly, I think the last time I knew who was on the Dodgers, honestly, was Kirk Gibson. Was probably the last person I remember.
Oh, wow. Why don't the Dodgers quit hanging on that old stadium? It's like the third oldest stadium in the league.
Well, it's special, though. I'm going to tell you, when they get rowdy, and it's fun to watch.
Well, yeah, just ask the people.
Now, they didn't have anything to get rowdy about yesterday.
Now, be careful on your way to the car.
Yeah, now on the way to the car, you better have a head.
If you got a car left.
Have your head on the swivel.
Have friends with
you.
Boy,
they've got some players, though. Yeah, I'm really honestly, as a Braves fan, I'm shocked that this is going on.
So
and excited about it.
Hearing your updates and hearing some of the stuff that Speedy and baseball people talked about, it seems like that the Dodgers and the Astros are two really good teams.
Rick, when I said yesterday that Atlanta was the 12th best team in baseball going into the playoffs, that's what was going on. It's not like, and that's another thing that you're going to find in a lot of postseason conversations. The Giants were the best team in baseball. The Dodgers were number 2. The Giants won 107 games, 106 for the Dodgers. The Braves wouldn't have won any other division that they were in. The matchups for them fell into place, and they've got hot when they needed it. And
is John Rocker still pitching good?
No, but they got a guy that's just as good or better.
So what it sounds like to me, and I think this is what you're trying to, just knowing sports deals, that you're warning Braves fans.
Yeah.
This almost, and we've all seen it, Denver Broncos, back when Craig Morton was the quarterback. You see a team overperform, and they work their way to the championship overperforming, then they just get waxed in the championship.
We call that the Cinderella experience, and it strikes midnight.
Right. Well, and I don't want – look.
This is not like this is a dominant Braves team that should be there.
Well, you lost your best player. You lost your best player in Acuna. You go out, the organization goes, we're not giving up on the season. We're going to go get Jock Peterson. We're going to add Soler. We're going to have some – of course, he's out. But we're going to add some pieces that will help us possibly make it to the playoffs. And when the Braves made it to the playoffs, everybody was excited, and they were like, didn't see this coming. If you saw Acuna go down, I don't care who you add to the roster, and you see them win the division, you're happy. So all this other is gravy, and I just don't want you to get too you know better. Listening. You know better. You were in the situation last year, and you got beat.
This whole segment's making me nervous. I'm not a part of it.
Are you telling them to tap the brakes?
I'm just telling you, tap the brakes. Enjoy the ride. We got a few more games, possibly even you may go to a World Series, and we'll celebrate that. But once you get there, I hate to break it to you, you got one of 2 juggernauts that you're going to have to go up against there.
So where were your – just hypothetically, if the Braves did get to the World Series, where is your allegiance at that point because of Kendall Graveman, who has
a tough one.
Tie to the show?
I've said it's the Braves, but the more I go and the more Kendall and I communicate, he's pulling me that way.
This is all Helmsy at rickandbubba.com. Quit emailing me.
Bubba and Speedy are not
quit emailing me.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Gulf Shores, there's Morgan Freeman. The land of Sunny 105. Do you think Morgan listens to the show?
You know, Rick, if he doesn't, it's a crying shame.
It is a crying shame. 21 minutes
I have
past.
a feeling he's heard about it.
I hope so. All right, so we've got a Biden update. And again, we're going to explain this to you.
Rick, I think, too, I'll tell you how we could check. If you're applying for a job with the Gulf Shores Police Department, ask him why you're being interviewed.
Yeah, just say, Mr. Freeman, are you listening to Rick and Bubba here on Sunday 105?
Yeah, now that you're a resident here, what do you listen to in the morning?
Yeah, and
anything particular?
And have you heard those drops that you did for them?
Yeah. You probably don't remember it, but
right.
Have you heard those?
And do you think it sounds like you?
Where did he go?
Where'd he go?
Where did he go?
Where'd he go?
He's hiding in the basement. Does anybody know? Basement Joe.
I know people keep asking if Joe Biden's story about the Amtrak conductor has been debunked, why does he keep telling it? Because he does not have the mental capability to hear, hey, Joe, you don't have your timeline right, and adjust. He doesn't remember that he's ever told it at all.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm telling you. So now that people are saying, look, yesterday, he's telling it again, and he's told it at least 5 other times in the last year, and that he amassed 1.5 million rides on the railways during his 7th year of being vice president. In 2015, he claims that he met the Amtrak conductor. The only problem is the conductor was dead.
Good night.
I mean, the fact checker people have done this, but it seems like it's part of his routine. You know, he goes into.
Right, yeah.
We've heard about this when, or he has. You know, he talks about his son whenever he visits people who have lost a son. A lot of times they don't want to hear all that. They'd rather focus on their son.
Right.
But he's kind of got, that's what he goes to. That's his go-to speech on that.
He told it to the UK guy.
So he claimed he talked to him. He said he claimed he talked to him when he hit the milestone. The man was no longer with Amtrak. And then he claims he talked to him in 2015, and the man died in 2014. So here we go.
Details, Rick.
Yeah, I know. Well, here we go again. He's still doing it, as you can hear. Here we go.
When you are a president or vice president, they keep meticulous mileage of when you fly an Air Force aircraft. And so about, I guess it was 7 years in to my tenure as vice president.
Okay.
And I used to always like to take Amtrak home on Friday. I tried to go home and see my mom, who was living with us at the time after my dad passed, and I'd try to get home. And the Secret Service are wonderful. They're the best in the world. They never liked me taking Amtrak because it stops too often and too many people can get on and you don't know. And but it turned out I was about number 3 in seniority on the road at the time. If you now, well, in terms of actual time on the road, and a lot of the folks in Amtrak became my family. Not a joke. I'd ride every day. I commuted every single day for 36 years as vice president of the United States. After my wife and daughter were killed, I went home to see my family, never stopped doing that. And so Angelo Negri was from, you remember Ange? Ange came up to me one day when they just had announced that I had flown 1 million some X number of miles on Air Force aircraft. And Ange comes up, and I'm getting in the car, and he goes, "Joey, baby, what are you?" And I thought the Secret Service was going to shoot him. I said, no, he's good. It's a true story.
No, it's not.
And he said, "I just read, big deal, whatever it was, 1,200,000 miles, Air Force. You know how many miles you did Amtrak?" And I said, "No, Ange, I don't have any idea, pal." He said, "Let me tell you, we were at the retirement dinner." And he said, "We added it up. You averaged 100, I think it says 21 days a year. 121 days a year, 36 years, plus as vice president, boom, boom. You have traveled over 2 million miles, Joe. I don't hear any more about the Air Force."
He keeps telling the story.
What you're feeling is secondhand. That's what I feel.
Is that
all
what
the
that
time.
feels like?
Yeah, that's what you're feeling.
I felt it.
First of all,
let's
do this. First of all, let's
I'd hate to carry that burden.
Let's say that he's remembering the story accurately.
Okay.
He's not remembering that he keeps telling you.
No, you're right.
Hey, Joey.
It's a go-to.
It's his greatest hits.
Look, here he goes. Here's the greatest hit. They're showing it over and over and over again.
Yeah.
and this is his go-to. I mean, and he just keeps doing it.
Look at hairdo.
Yeah, he did it with the British Prime Minister. I mean, not too long ago. It was just a month or so ago.
Yeah, it's just,
I was watching when he did it. I went, "Oh gosh, here comes Amtrak again."
Yeah, he always grabs his cheek like that. So
hey, Secret Service nearly shot him.
Yeah,
I said, "Help!"
Yes, so
Joey,
baby. And he says the time that this took place, that man no longer was alive, and he also had retired. In 1993.
Well, he's got his facts.
Greg, he had retired in 93.
Well, he missed it by a few years.
Right. Okay.
Look, it's still a great story, right?
Yeah,
Well, and
minus a few facts.
And here, I'm going to
details.
I'm going to give the president the benefit of the doubt on one thing. He had a conversation with this guy probably at some time in his life, somewhere.
Yeah.
Okay. And the guy probably did say something about how much he'd been on Amtrak. Okay.
Yeah.
And that probably is true.
Or it was a different person that worked there that told him.
Right, something. He wants it to be that guy because that guy was probably had a lot of character and good personality to him.
Yeah, he can do the accent.
But it has to be a little bit concerning that he keeps telling it because, as I said, we all have loved ones that have been through this or going through this, and this is all the markers of it. And one of the things I want you to be aware of, if you've ever had someone that was going through dementia, Alzheimer's, they can tell you stories that never happened in great detail.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
The attention to detail is unbelievable. And but
what do you mean by that?
Well, I'm just saying that this just because sometimes somebody will say, "Well, what about the details?" That doesn't matter. I mean, I've heard some stories that did not happen in great detail, and you know what? And the person telling me was certain that it did. And that's because they were losing control of their faculties, and so and I'm not talking about the guy that makes up stories and knows he's making them up. I'm not talking about that.
Right.
I'm talking about when someone is losing control of their mental faculties. Now, do I think Joe has told stories when he was clearly thinking that he knew weren't true? Of course he does. But I think what we're watching right now is what we all know what's happening.
Okay, you forgot.
This guy still has how many years left in this term?
Rick, you forgot many years ago, while he still had his mind about him, he had to drop out of a presidential election for plagiarizing speeches.
No, you're right.
I mean, it was a verbatim deal.
Right. No,
right. That's true.
Well, we've all just acted like that never happened.
In 10 seconds, so we do have time for this. We got 30 seconds or so left. He also has repeated the false claim that his tax and spending spree is completely paid for. He keeps saying that.
Yeah.
All right, here's this, and we all know that isn't.
No, it's not.
That isn't true.
He's going with it.
All right.
When you talk about the number, we shouldn't even talk about the numbers because it's all paid for, written in the same piece of legislation.
That's not true. That's
something new.
That is not true. It's not. What?
Well, he's raising taxes to cover it, and the taxes have not been passed yet. Like you said, it's all in the same thing, and they're not going to get it through.
No.
Well, they're already agreeing to drop the corporate tax back, keep it where it is.
Well, when a modern day Democrat gets into power, I know a lot of you out there always have a desire to be rich. Well, when a modern day Democrat and their administration takes over, a lot of you will be declared rich. You may not feel like it.
Yeah, until you get taxed.
But you're going to be declared rich, so enjoy it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. All 10 lines are available, and you can reach us right now. Let's go.
Rick Assistance, area code 212.
866-WE-BE-BIG. If you want to get in, you're now running the program. If you're thinking to yourself, well, I wish they would talk about this, I'll tell you what I'd say to that. I've always had a question about this. Bring them in. Now, this is not for meaningless shout-outs or shameless plugs. Those will get the instant buzzer because that's not what the phone troll designed for. It's designed for comments, questions, and bringing information to the table, and also to get people in quickly with the buzzer, and we hear from a lot of folks. So we got 10 lines here, so if you move right now, you can get in. And while you get in, I'm going to remind you about CarShield. CarShield is designed to fill in where the warranty leaves you. When you're driving an automobile and you realize that you have bypassed the mileage where they would provide you a warranty, now anything that happens is going to be on you. So if you'd like to get a protection plan that helps you to have something that covers some of these repairs. So if it's a covered repair, you've picked the ASE certified mechanic, and then they pay that mechanic directly. You get 24/7 roadside assistance always, and of course you get a rental car, and you're not charged for that while yours is being repaired. So if you'd like to get a protection plan now, we'll save you 10% by going to carshield.com using the code Bubba, or if you call them directly, 1-800-665-2157, and mention Bubba. That'll also save you 10% on the protection plan of your choice. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. We'll get to all of you as quick as we can. Carter gets us started in Alabama. Carter, you got 30 seconds. Go, buddy.
Hey, y'all. I really hate to bring the hoodie back up after it's been talked about, but Helms doubled down today, saying that the hoodie was just to get one win in L.A.
Yes.
But that's not what he said on Monday's show. I got some quotes for y'all. At 4 minutes and 6 seconds on the podcast, he said, I really think this hoodie can take us to 3-0.
I did say that.
It's 28 seconds. He said, I'm going to see if I can tamper with this thing, gives a 3-0 lead. Even at 15 minutes, he kind of disproved that he's trying to say that I could get one win, because he said what's supposed to happen in that L.A. is L.A. take 2 of the 3, but not on hoodie watch, meaning he thinks the Braves could get more than one win if he.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize I would have given him a timeout.
Yes,
I'm sorry, I didn't realize
a lot of hoodie discussion.
We also talked about it in the big show outside of the kickoff hour. So if we're going to go this detail and take notes, I'd go take a look at that too.
Yes.
If we're going to do it, and I don't have time for all that.
That's a lot of detail there.
That's a lot of.
I'd like to know what the rest of his day's like.
I like the fact that someone takes the archives and spends that kind of time on it.
Yeah,
I mean that's in depth. Man.
Bottom line, listen, and Greg hates this too.
Sir.
And again, it's all. This is. I hope everybody knows we're having.
Could
fun
you look
with
at
this
yesterday's hour to see if I was rude and overbearing? Bubba?
Sir,
maybe we could
need
put him
you
on
to
that.
scan a few more things.
I really think it was that tennis comment.
Evan,
that's where I'm landing.
Okay. Well, that's the kind of stuff we do all the time.
I know.
Evan in Alabama. Evan, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, Biggin.
Hey, buddy.
So did y'all see about Michael Durant, the Black Hawk pilot from Somalia, running through U.S. Senate?
Yeah, he entered the Alabama Senate race yesterday, I guess it was, or day before, and jumped in kind of late on this. He's one of the helicopter pilot from Black Hawk Down, right?
Okay. Huh.
He's the one that got captured for 11 days.
Yeah.
No, I did not see that.
Wow.
Yeah. So you did, Bub?
Yeah, I heard the announcement. Yeah.
Patrick is in Alabama. Patrick, you got 30 seconds. Go ahead, buddy.
Hey, do y'all remember going to a pep rally at Sac High School back in the 90s?
Yeah.
And they were like going to the state championship.
Oh, yeah. We remember doing the pep rally tour and being at Sachs High School.
Sachs.
Okay.
Yeah.
There was like motorcycles in there, I think.
Yeah, Mrs. Cannell was there. She's very excited.
Yeah, I was super young then. I think I was in elementary school. But anyway.
Wow, that was good.
Like one of my first memories of Rick.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Do you know, I know those were long days when, the show was done. Then after the show, we'd go to a pep rally, and then we'd do pigskin roundup.
Yep.
But the mania at those pep rallies,
Oh, they were
I
a lot
don't
of
know
fun.
if I don't know if
pep
that was
rallies like that today.
I don't know if that was ever documented because I mean it was insane.
Yeah, and by the way, you forgot to throw in the remote. We would do that day.
That's true. Yeah, yeah.
Rick, maybe the 2 remotes.
Right. Those were really.
But
I
no,
think that's why the pigskin round was so
on
good.
A sandwich shop and a car lot.
Yeah.
I can't speak to modern day, but I will tell you guys this, Hamsley, to answer your question. When we were in school, pep rallies were totally insane.
Yes.
Yeah,
Chaotic.
great.
Yes. It really was.
Yes.
And then when we went on the pep rally tour, they still had a lot of electricity.
Golly.
But I will tell you, when my kids were in school, the very, very few pep rallies that I attended for like, hey, you need to come, something's being done today, you don't want to miss involving one of your kids or whatever, the energy was not like that. Wasn't there. No. They don't treat pep rallies. Matter of fact, my kids went to one school that didn't even have a pep rally every Friday.
Wow.
They had pep rallies every now and then.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that was not the way it was when we were playing, buddy. Friday, but here
You-
comes Friday.
You couldn't wait for Friday.
Yeah, and so no, I don't think there's as much electricity in pep rallies as there once were. Let's go to
the left ruins everything.
They do everything they touch.
Everything,
even
they
a pep
touch.
rally.
Andrew in Mississippi. Andrew, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey guys, I've been talking with some friends lately. I was wondering, what do you guys think about these vaccine mandates? Maybe a move toward justifying trying to have universal health care. It just seems really weird, these two Democratic administrations just both moving toward this universal approach. Just wanted your thoughts on it.
I think that makes all the sense in the world because we do know that the leftists, that they're, the coup de grace, if they can get health care, that is like, that's like the homecoming queen that they just wish would say yes to a date.
Well,
they
wait a minute, Rick. I thought they had it. I thought we had Obamacare. I thought everything was free. Why aren't we even worried about paying for it?
Right. You're right. Whatever happened to all that?
I thought that was done.
So, but yeah, any move for the government to take over health care is methodical, and any situation that would offer some leverage on that and taking a step forward, they will absolutely take. Let's go to James. James, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are y'all?
We're good. I hope you're okay. Go ahead. James?
Hey, good morning, guys. How are y'all?
Hey, still pretty good.
James, it's just about the same as we were about 10 seconds ago.
Go ahead.
James, can you hear us, buddy?
I was just wondering to know, are y'all trying to go to the UAB game this weekend?
No.
Yeah.
Speedy will be.
Yeah.
Speedy will be there.
It's a 2:30 kick. They host Rice.
Boy, that one was clunky, wasn't it?
That was a tough call.
It was like a car that you ever hit that gas pedal and just boom, and you just maybe it was the noise problem.
There's a gap there in the communication.
Right. So I don't want that to come across. I would have certainly had a conversation about that. It just didn't seem like it was going to happen. Yeah. Jay in Gadsden, Z93. Jay, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
What about it, Jay?
What's going on, guys? Hey, first of all, pygmy.
That's right. Yeah, that's a veteran.
Pygmy, baby.
Pygmy, baby.
I need to get the Hollis Crossroads and Shinbone Valley store. And if y'all remember correctly, I was the referee that called in on Friday night.
That what?
The referee. I would call in on Friday nights and we would give a good segment on how.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Was he the guy that called in from the all-you-could-eat pizza buffet telling us where the referees were?
It may have been. Can I tell you that Bubba and I, we did the interview earlier in the week with Suitcase Sonny Smith. It was so good to hear a landline.
Yeah.
I mean, it felt so good. I liked him being on the landline better than him being on Zoom.
Yeah.
It just felt so good. I mean, I could hear him so clear.
Yeah.
And it just felt wonderful. I didn't have that nervous, oh no, it's going to drop out.
Right.
Oh no,
what are we doing?
Oh no, it's
hey.
It's initializing. None of that. Just there it is. Did I use the word initializing?
You
right?
did. It's good enough. We know what you mean.
There's something in there. Ray and Hazel Green. Ray, go ahead. 30 seconds. How are you?
Green Retirement Acres, fella.
What's on the time?
So listen, I walking into Lowe's the other day, and some guy walking out looked me straight in the face and yelled, "Let's go, Brandon!" And if it hadn't have been for me hearing you guys describe that the day before, I'd have had no idea what he was talking about. So you can now add educational show to your credits.
Done. I'll put that in the next drop.
I did hear yesterday. I was at a car dealership, and I heard two old men that had listened to the show. They didn't. I was sitting back, and they were trying to figure out the "Let's Go Brandon" thing, and it was pretty comical to hear them talk through it. Hey, did you hear Rick and Bubba this morning? Now, what's this rap song and "Let's Go Brandon"? And did you hear that? And they were really trying to work through it. It was funny.
It is.
Yeah, I explained it to several folks yesterday, and they can't believe it. Really,
I know.
Blah blah blah. Blah blah blah.
So glad that's in there.
Let's go, Brandon.
I piggybacked it. You got 6.
I got 6 of them.
Blah blah blah. Blah blah blah.
I got to learn the routine.
Blah blah blah. Blah blah blah.
There we go. Okay,
There you go.
I got it now. All right. You got to figure out the tempo.
Yeah.
And the Let's Go Brandon thing, it's one of those things that it's caught fire, and it happens so quick.
Yeah. And how it got started and the degree to the flame of it is incredible.
Well, I was like them because I started seeing it in memes and even on Babylon Bee, and I didn't know what it meant. It happened that fast. So I've had to catch up too. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's 9 minutes to the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. All right, so we had somebody in the phone troll. We didn't get to it, but we're going to talk about the story anyway. And that is the ongoing search for Brian Dirty Laundry. And we have an update.
Just give me something I can use.
So, human remains have now been found in the hunt for what everyone believes is likely Gabby Petito's murderer.
Killer.
Yeah, the fiance Brian Laundrie, and he apparently took off. And you remember we actually had the guy saying, "I'll tell you one thing: if he's gone off down in there, he's done for."
Now, where was this found at exactly?
This was at the Carlton Reserve, where they thought he was hiding. Do you remember when the flooding came in and the guy was pointing down there saying, "Look, if he's gone down in there, he's dead. Nobody gonna survive that." So they found partial remains. Keep in mind this was supposed to be alligator-infested area, and they have found a backpack that contains some of Laundrie's belongings. The family attorney said the belongings were found near a bridge connecting. No way can I say that. Some creek environmental park and the adjoining Carlton Reserve. It's been shut off to the public around about a month while they were searching for him. It had just reopened yesterday, and they say he is the sole person of interest, and they're going to find out if these remains are his. That's kind of where we are, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So, Rick, is it just me? But, I mean, if there's a national manhunt for you, the first thing you want to do is for everybody to assume you're dead. That's the only way you ever get free. That's the end game in this, right?
Yeah.
So are we jumping to conclusions here? Because, I mean, wouldn't you try to fake your own death? Wouldn't that be the way you would get your – I mean, what else are you going to do? You're going to be on the run forever until they quit looking for you, and the only way that happens is for them to find your remains.
Well, to pull this off in modern day, you have to.
Yeah, you got to be good now.
Somehow you've got to have your DNA on these remains. Now, I don't know how you fake that.
Or they can't positively identify the remains. And
Could
it's
be
just
that.
a kind of a question mark.
Yeah,
You know?
but it could be pretty. Here's how it's going to go. It could be straightforward.
Right.
We got him. It's his. Alligator got him, or he died some other way, and the alligator started eating on him.
Right.
Okay, and we found him, and it's over.
Now, I believe, and if y'all said this, I'm sorry.
Or, hey, we don't know. It's hard to identify.
Yeah.
We're not quite sure. And
This-
then you go to that theory.
Yeah.
Right.
Now, this area's been underwater.
Right.
And so it just receded enough, if for them to search it.
And where
So-
was it at, Adler?
Yeah.
Where was your map? I didn't get a good look at it when you had it up there. I can't tell. Okay. No, I got you.
Yeah, there it is. I mean, it could be if these
So
are.
it's really not very far from his parents' house. You know, I was thinking the other day with all this search going on, and hey, he's in the mountains. Hey, he's there. He's there. More than likely, he's probably pretty close to where he left. You know, that happens more than you think.
Look at the name of that creek. Well, I wouldn't even know how to begin to say that name.
Try it, Rick.
There's so many letters. There's almost
It's a Ma in there, right?
Makahatchee?
Mayakaka.
I think Speedy might have nailed it. What is your? Well, how did you get that out of that?
That's it. No, I wasn't looking. I didn't see the old hatchy part of it. On the other maps, what I was looking at.
Mayakahatchee. Yeah.
Mayakahatchee. I go with that. That's good. Mayakahatchee.
It's not the other. I can tell you that.
We have a lot of hatchy names in our state.
I've never been so thankful for Greg to be helping on the phone today.
I just saw him spit his food out when he said it.
Wouldn't that go? So anyway, we'll find out, and it could be too. Even if these turn out to be his remains, I mean, the water could have overcome him, and the alligators just start eating on him after his body was already just out there floating in the water. You know, the thing with alligators, they could have taken you out, or you could have died some other way, and they just start chewing on you, or other animals or whatever.
To your point, Rick, it does say, and let's just land on partial remains.
Yeah, it does say that. That's why you need to look at that.
Mm-hmm.
But, Bubba, I don't have the door closed to your theory, and others are saying that too. This could be fake my death. It could be, he could have killed somebody else. I mean,
well, let's again the end game. The only way you're ever free is you have to fake your death. The authorities quit looking for you, and you assume a new identity, right? I mean, that's the end game in this, right?
100%.
So at some point, you have to do that. But again, to your point, DNA, all the technology we have now, you can't just, in the old days, they'd kill a hitchhiker and put his clothes on you and roll you over a cliff, and, we found him, he wrecked. You can't do that anymore.
No, right. No. And they are waiting on the forensic results.
I mean, I watch Dateline a lot. I know how they do this.
So they are
no direct experience there. Just watched a lot of TV.
Yeah, Dateline cover. I mean, every night you see a couple of them.
No, we shouldn't read anything else into that.
No.
They said it was quite near the entrance, about 30 minutes in, but they are saying that the parents had pointed them to this exact location, saying that he would probably be somewhere in there.
Am I the only one still uncomfortable with the parents being in on the search? Because didn't we think they were in on it, helping him get away to begin with? And wouldn't they tip him off if they're? I'm like, parents, you go to the house, you're a person of interest. You sit there and hang loose with your lawyer till we get a little further down the line on this.
So we'll see. Either this is a plant to throw everybody off, or they have found his remains.
So what could have happened to him? Do you think he went in there and an alligator got him? Is that what we're surmising?
Since they're saying that partial something, but it could have been he died another way and they ate on his body. He could have just drowned in the water that with the flood. I mean, got in over his head, couldn't tread long enough. Got sucked down something that was had a current. Water.
Lucky for us, his backpack with ID stuff in it is there.
Yeah, I hear
right,
you. I got you.
Yeah, I just watch a lot of Monk and Castle, so it's hard for me to accept.
But what I'm saying, it could be fake.
Great detectives like that.
It could be Gator got him.
Gator?
Hey, it got in them Gator, and them Gators got him. We got a swimming hole. We'll take you down there too. It could have been that. Could have been the water got him, and then the animals have just been eating on him.
Right.
You don't could have walked out there and punched his own ticket.
That whole thing is still so bizarre to me. That's so bizarre.
Well, especially
I don't feel like we have the whole story yet.
Yeah, I know that we can all say, "Do you ever really know anyone?" But if someone has passed the test of you're my fiance, we're going to get married. Don't you think? Hey, he does have this one thing that bothers me a little bit. I think he has the potential to murder me. Does that not ever show
Rick,
up?
We know he'll slap you around to the point the police get called.
Yeah, for real.
I don't know, that whole thing is suspicious.
So we should know soon enough, but that is the update. Partial remains have been found.
Get Monk on the line.
In the area where he was supposedly hiding, and some of his belongings. We're waiting on the results. Top of the hour. If you stay with us, more Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour from the broadcast plaza and teleport. We thank you for being with us. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, Team Rick and Bubba, all here for another hour. And welcome back for a brand new hour. There's Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for being with us. And Rick, very excited to have someone who we have admired his work for many years in the Senate and been a fan of his, Senator Jim DeMint.
So, welcome back, Senator. And I know you've served our country in Congress as a representative and a senator, and of course now you're out making things happen. I didn't expect to talk to you about a new book you've written that is fictional about the world and Satan's dare, and we will certainly get to that. But welcome back to the show.
I appreciate what you two have done for so many years, get the truth out to people and make it fun at the same time. So I'm glad to be back with you.
You know, when you look at the state of our country right now, and like I say, you have been serving from 99 to 2005 for South Carolina as a representative, then on to serve as a senator all the way up to 2013. And are you just... Do you look back and go, I mean, is the country gone? I mean, there are people that are saying, and sometimes I admit I start to think this myself, that we could never get back to the original intent of a constitutional republic. Is the country too far gone?
Well, I don't think we can ever believe that. When people say we don't have a chance, the odds are against us. I said, just think about the guys who signed the Declaration of Independence. What chance did they have to beat the greatest army in the world? So I don't feel like I have the right to give up. But on paper, we have gone too far. I've been concerned for years that if you get over half of Americans dependent on the government in some way, that they're never going to vote for less government again. And it surprises me that there's so many people are still voting for this craziness. Like in California, they still vote for the crazy governor. But there are enough people in this country, I know because I travel a lot, who love our country, who love freedom, and they're ready to stand up. They just want to tell us, want us to tell them what we can do, what they can do. So that's what we try to do every day at the Conservative Partnership, is we're trying to build what we call the American movement, in effect, that build this country up and remind people of how great it is and the values that made it great.
Senator, when you were in Congress, you obviously had to do battle with people who had a different ideology almost than you. But are you a little shocked since you have left the rise of the far left progressives, socialist, borderline communist, if you would, and how successful they have been to some degree in forming policy?
Yeah, I'm surprised, but not completely. One of my first books was Saving Freedom, and the subtitle was How to Stop the Slide to Socialism. And there were a lot of things that we could do to stop that. But unfortunately, we have not had very good Republican leadership in the Congress for many years. And we've just gradually kind of let the Democrats edge us further and further to the left. So, yeah, I'm surprised. I'm disappointed. It's hard for me to believe that Americans would really believe that socialism works, given the clear history of the millions of people who've died and the poverty it's caused. But we're teaching in our schools today and in our universities, that America is bad, that capitalism is bad, and that socialism is good. And so we shouldn't be surprised, but it should really galvanize all of us to stand up and push back, but not only for ourselves, but those people who've been misled.
Senator, do you think, as far as the mindset of the country and those of us that share conservative Tea Party values about why we're here and how we got here and how we need to stay here, are we losing that cultural battle, and where do we need to put the effort in? I know when I was growing up, the fairness doctrine was a big problem in broadcast, and that went away, and that gave us the Rush Limbaughs and the Glenn Becks and, shows like we do where we could actually get on here and share our opinion and talk about things and be commentators. But have we failed that we just totally let the education system fall to the other side?
Yeah, well, certainly the education system, but the one of the reasons I wrote this book, Satan's Dare, is because I think the America is declining because the Christian church is declining.
Correct.
And while we often don't like to mix religion and politics, the fact is this country was founded on Judeo-Christian ideas that come straight out of the Bible. So I think the decline of the church, and many mainstream churches are now as woke as the politicians. Politics tends to follow the culture. And I think what we've done is just left too much to the politicians, and the church has been quiet for decades, and they're not taking a leadership role in most cases. But I know there are things going on at the church level across the country. Charlie Kirk's got a great program with Faith. And this book, Satan's Dare, is designed, while it's a novel, it's not about politics, but it proves the Bible is true. It has a lot of debates in it between science and the Bible. It's a love story. It deals with Christians who deal with tragedy, and they ask questions about why God allows so much evil. But people who've read it said it confirmed their faith. It gave them more boldness to stand up for the truth. But we're dealing with symptoms here in Washington. The root causes come from really throwing out those Judeo-Christian ideas that are based on the Bible.
Yeah, you led right into the next thing I was going to talk to you about. And I can speak about this in my own life, and that is we can put up candidates all day long, but if the people, because as you said, truthfully, in a constitutional republic, the state of the government reflects the state of the people. And I think what we keep trying to do is we go try to find better politicians. But if a politician says to a group of people that are supposed to vote for them, this is what I stand for, but the people look at him and go, well, I ain't what I stand for. I'm going to vote what I want, and I don't want those things. You're talking about you're going to worry about where life begins. You're going to worry about God's standard for this and God's standard for that. I don't care about that. So sometimes I think we rush out there and think, oh, we put out these great conservative candidates, and then all people will rush to them. Well, I don't think that's necessarily true unless you change the people. And what you're saying with this book, and I agree with you, and it's kind of where I'm shifting all my energy now. This country needs a spiritual revolution, and if we don't do that, it doesn't matter how many candidates you go find because they can't get elected.
You're exactly right. That's what I hope with this book. Again, Satan's title is the title comes from the first chapter of Job, where Satan dares God to take away Job's blessing. It says, if you don't bless him, he'll curse you. And one of the theories in the book is that we all have to go through this very difficult life in order to prove Satan wrong. Every time we praise God in the middle of suffering, and that includes what our country's going through, if we're grateful for what we've got, that defeats Satan. And while, again, that may seem a long way from where politics is, you're exactly right. The culture, the church should be guiding what they do in politics. But just to make another point, when we send good people up here, I found that the whole system beats them up. Right. That's why we started the Conservative Partnership, because the whole idea is to support them when they get here, get them good staff, train their staff, give them a place to meet. But we also need to do more in communication to constituents. That's why we have a media studio. That's why we work on the tech censorship issue. We've got to let the people know back home what's good for them and what's good for the country. So when people do the right thing up here, they get an attaboy when they go home.
Former Senator Jim DeMint, and also former representative as well. The book's called Satan's Dare. Everything about the book, it's been out a couple months. We're going to continue our conversation with him when we come back. He's been gracious enough to give us 2 segments today. So we'll continue our conversation with former Senator Jim DeMint and the book, Satan's Dare, that's available now. All those details can be found at rickandbubba.com right there under show notes. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba. 21 minutes past the hour. Former Senator and Representative Jim DeMint of the great state of South Carolina is here with us today. He has served our country for many years and is still doing that as chairman of the Conservative Partnership Institute, which he mentioned briefly in our last segment, and that continues to fight for those conservative principles throughout the organization's work, and they trying to find those members of Congress that they can help and surround, give them the resources that they need. But he's also written a book, Satan's Dare, and this is his first work of fiction, even though it is fiction. I tell you what it reminded me of a lot looking over this, Senator, was Frank Peretti when he wrote Ever Present Darkness, where it's a book of fiction, but it's a book that's dealing with some things the
Current
Bible
issues,
the Bible actually speaks to, and current issues. And you were talking about that it's also going to refute the modern notions of accidental origins of life. So tell me how it does that, or at least in general.
Well, the storyline is you have two pastors that suffer great tragedy, and one of them becomes the world's most famous atheist. The other struggles with God like Job did, but he clings to his faith. But these two end up in a debate, and it's science versus the Bible. And by the end of the debate, it becomes clear that science, statistics, all prove that there has to be a God. I mean, it's too complex. Life, matter, and so the whole idea is to confirm that the Bible's true and to show that science doesn't disprove the Bible. In fact, it actually proves it. Things like the flood and other things. But then again, the derivative point for me is, while it's not in the book, is that if we believe as Christians the Bible is true and that God did create the earth, it's a completely different paradigm than what the left wants to do. They want us to believe that government is our God, that their leftism is their religion, and climate change is part of their doctrine. They are religious about everything they believe. And if we don't get Christians confident about what we believe and stop sending our kids to schools that teach them there's no God and send them to universities that say there's no morality, we have to realize that we're doing this to ourselves, and we can't expect America to be great if America's not good. That's what de Tocqueville said, and we're just forgetting our history and why we're the most exceptional country that ever existed.
And Senator, I think this problem with education is it's obviously bubbled up now, but I personally was not aware that it was as bad as it was until I got kids in college, and they were coming in telling us what they were being told at what you think would be safe universities in the South, where it's still a church area where people go to church, where it is important. But, I mean, they are absolutely being deprogrammed and reprogrammed in these universities, and it's not in just some kind of class for that. I mean, it's in every class they go to.
And look, let me tell you this, be careful what, I'm putting quotes around it, Christian university you send your kid to. Well, it's infiltrated some of the Christian, and I'm putting quotes around Christian universities that at one time were theologically sound, but now they're letting all this.
Yeah, they're just all over the road.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you're right. And a lot of the Christian churches have essentially decided the Bible's not true. I heard one pastor say, talking about the resurrection, it doesn't matter if it's really true as long as you believe it.
Right.
And that's a leftist idea that whatever you believe is true. This book is about truth. As a matter of fact, Josh McDowell says there's more truth in this book than just about any nonfiction he's ever read, because while all the facts and data are worked into a storyline, everything has been researched for over 10 years. And I really do think if people read Satan's Dare, it will confirm their faith and give them a lot more boldness in dealing with the things that we have to deal with today.
Senator, let me ask you about a topic that you mentioned a minute ago, and I think it is the topic we've got to discuss in our country for as political and how we're going to handle free speech, and that is social media. Social media has become the orator of free speech, and they are basically running without regulation. They're setting their own rules. They are lobbying enough people in Congress and spending enough money now that nobody will touch them. Where do we end this? Because more people are getting their information from social media now than they are any other source, and these people are gatekeepers for a political reason. I mean, they're not a publisher, they're not a platform, they're somewhere in between. How do we fix this problem to start with?
It's probably the biggest question of our time. Rachel Bovard, who works with us here at the Conservative Partnership, has been leading an effort to deal with tech censorship and how can we use laws and regulations like common carrier that we've dealt with before. How can we remove the exemptions from liability so that these tech companies have to be more accountable. But you're exactly right. Facebook, Twitter, these are the most powerful forces in the world today. Facebook has like 2 billion people, more powerful than any government. And if they can control what we know, they can control how we think. And as we know, they've gotten very involved in elections. They're trying to sway elections with how they filter information. You know, they hid the information about Joe Biden and Hunter Biden, and it made a real difference in the outcome. So we're working on this tech censorship issue with a lot of conservative leaders and members of Congress. Something will be done. I just hope it's done the right way, and it's not going to be any easy fix. But you're exactly right. They control what we hear, what we know. They control the news. Most people get their news and information on social media now. We've got to do something to make it a freer, fairer, pass through of information.
Yeah, and how do you do that? That's the tough part, because it was simple, when we finally, as you said, Bubba, got the fairness doctrine resolved. Then you saw Fox News and conservative talk radio, and at least people have other options. But every time there's been an attempt to say here's another option for social media platforms, they can't stand on their own feet.
Yeah. Yeah, when social media was first getting off the ground, I thought this was a new frontier of freedom. It was just a free interchange of ideas.
Right.
Some of them really, really bad, some of them good. But that's the way freedom works. But now they've started controlling the editorial content, changing headlines, algorithms that put certain things up and take certain things out, particularly taking out conservative thought. And they're canceling people now who are saying very benign things. We had a friend who was just sending out an announcement for her Bible study, and somehow that got her canceled for a day or two. So we've got a lot of challenges in America today. But what we need more than anything else is just a small group, a remnant of people with faith who are willing to stand up and address these problems. We don't need a majority, but we need a committed minority of people who love this country and are ready to fight for it.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Former Senator Jim DeMint with us. The new book, Satan's Dare. It's available everywhere. You can see that. Also, if you'd like to find out more about the Conservative Partnership Institute, all that information in show notes at rickandbubba.com. Senator, thanks for taking time to be with us.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, guys.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour. Word up. Thanks for being with us as we roll through the rest of the Rick and Bubba day. We thank you for being here. Have you been to mypillow.com yet and looked for my store? Rick, what are you talking about, my store? I'm glad you asked. Go to my store. You know, Mike Lindell using his platform to allow a lot of American entrepreneurs to get their product, from themselves to you, without Amazon maybe denying them access or, hey, we're in control of this, you got to come here. It's another platform where you can go and buy and have things shipped to you from entrepreneurs who have great products that they'd like for you to see. So if you have not seen this yet, go to mypillow.com and look for my store. Literally hundreds of other products on sale right now. All you need to do is use the special promo code Bubba, and you'll get great savings. So don't forget, too, that the MyPillow stuff, all of it is on sale right now with the promo code Bubba, including their new quilts that they've just added. So go to mypillow.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Bubba, hopefully these updates will become fewer and further apart. I know we're on a little bit of COVID burnout here. Little COVID burnout. Well, the only problem is that we do need to establish what actually happened that caused the worldwide pandemic. And let's stop with all the pretending and fake world stuff that something happened that didn't, or as Bubba calls it, the bat sandwich hypothesis.
Yep. Somebody ate a bat sandwich.
Yeah, bat sandwich. It looks like now we are going to continue to get more and more evidence that will point that Fauci lied to us about funding Wuhan gain-of-function experiments.
Rick, this is an MSN.com story. MSN.
Don't lose sight of that, folks.
This is
not a bastion of conservatism here.
This is not Newsmax, okay?
Yeah, no one who works there voted for Trump.
That's right. They have a story out today, and the headline says this. NIH, the National Institute of Health, admits Fauci lied about funding Wuhan gain-of-function experiments.
But that's anecdotal.
They go on to say that the top official at the National Institute of Health has conceded that contrary to the repeated assertions of Dr. Anthony Fauci, the NIH did indeed fund highly dangerous gain-of-function research on bat-borne coronaviruses at the Wuhan Institute of Virology.
That's a tough one.
It is tough for me to say.
Virology.
In a letter to the Kentucky Republican James Comer, the ranking member of the House Oversight Committee, Lawrence, and his last name is Tabak, not sure how you say
Tabak?
Tabak, of the NIH admits that out of an abundance of caution, and of course after 2 years of external outrage over the possibility
2 years.
of the lab leak hypothesis, the nation's top medical research agency conducted additional review of how the funds authorized by Fauci and friends were used by EcoHealth Alliance, which is a New York City-based nonprofit organization, and the bulk of the letter is spent covering potential liability of the NIH.
Yep.
And he goes on to say that that basically that the terms of the NIH grant, even more crucially, the biohacking of viruses obtained by EcoHealth, which fall under the obvious definition of gain-of-function experiments, was conducted at the lab. And he says that the organization that has been silencing scientists considering the novel coronavirus originated from the lab has to stop. And he says that that the outrage and the investigations that keep going on more and more point to this idea that somebody ate a bat sandwich is absolutely ridiculous.
Well, also it lets us know we should not. We have someone who pushed himself into the high priest of health that was part of why this happened. So now he gets out there and he starts controlling the narrative, which was incredibly convenient. And so remember, anytime this person is talking that has been lying about how this originated and how the most likely scenario of this worldwide pandemic was gain of function research going on in a place that wasn't secure enough. and therefore a worldwide pandemic got out of this, weakly secured lab that was working on gain of function with viruses that were bat-borne or animal-borne.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that. Think about this.
But remember, you weren't allowed to say that in the beginning. And
Right.
why do you think that is?
Well,
because he became the person in charge of the narrative.
And social media, working hand in hand, killed the story. They were taking down anybody who even suggested it got out of that lab. They couldn't even discuss it. It was not available for discussion. They killed that story like they did the Hunter Biden laptop because it didn't fit the worldview they wanted to push on Americans. It didn't fit how they wanted you to think. It didn't fit how they wanted to persuade you. So they killed it. That's pure and simple. And it goes back to our conversation with Senator DeMint. That's why we have to have regulation in this. They're totally out of control. They have a monopoly, and they need to be regulated, and they need to be broken up to some degree. Now, look, I'm a capitalist. I'm glad they're doing good, but they are tampering with our First Amendment rights. We don't allow people to do that. They either have to be a publisher or they have to be a platform. If they're a publisher, they have editorial rights. They can do what they want to do. They can be sued for that, okay? If they are a platform, they let everything go. They're not liable. You got to be one or the other. You can't be both. They're picking and choosing, or neither. Yeah. And it goes back, like Senator DeMint had talked about, back to the common carrier rules. We went through this to some degree with AT&T and the Bell South, the Baby Bells, 20, 30 years ago. But we've got to apply the same rules. This is crazy. And
you were called a conspiracy theorist.
Oh yeah,
it was deemed evil to even suggest that. Right. And here's what's happening now. And I told Bubba this earlier when he shocked me by saying, "Rick, I want you to know this Fauci story today comes from MSNBC."
Right.
And I said, "Oh, they're finally getting to the point like they did with Cuomo. There's so much
can't cover.
There's
anymore.
So much evidence they've decided they can no longer protect him."
Rick,
because they tried to protect Cuomo in the beginning, and then they just couldn't do it.
Here is the argument. We have a known virus, family of viruses that are out there. What do we do to protect ourselves from them 20 years down the line? Well, to do that, we have to expedite that virus growing to what it will look like 20 years down the line. And then we can test drugs, we can do experiments and all that. It sounds good on paper. But what happens if there's ever a mistake? And it's very dangerous and very risky. If there's ever a mistake and it gets out into the general population, it will cause a worldwide pandemic. Why? Because it's already been mutated 5 to 6 steps ahead. It's totally foreign to our immune system.
Yep.
If it's only 1 step ahead, like next year's flu, we can deal with it. We're going to lose some people. Some people are going to recover, but our immune system can deal with it because it's not a total foreign entity that it's dealing with. It's in the natural evolution of that disease.
Novel means I don't know what to do.
Novel means you've moved it ahead so far your body doesn't recognize it. It goes to the filing cabinet. It doesn't have any information on it. So your body goes nuts trying to fight it, and that's why we had a worldwide pandemic. It's good information to know, but it's just too dangerous playing with it because we can never be 100% sure.
And say it again, why was it moved out of our country to Wuhan?
Because we deemed it too dangerous to do in the continental United States. It was done in North Carolina at one time. Mm-hmm. And we declared it's too dangerous. We're not going to allow this research done in the United States because one mistake could kill everybody if we're not careful. So they moved it to China. China doesn't have the regulation. China doesn't look over it. China wanted to know. They probably would like to know some of the answers to this so they could use it for a weapon down the line. Remember, these are communists, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And one of them, somebody tracked it out one night. Somebody got sick. Somebody inhaled it. Somebody tracked it out on their boots. We got a worldwide pandemic out of it. That is what the facts point to. Fauci was not forthcoming with this. He was not transparent with this, and he actually lied about it initially and acted like he didn't know what was going on. Now the other people involved with the National Institute of Health realize their money, their job, their reputation's on the line, and they're starting to say, look, we're enough of this. Quit getting out there, Fauci, and telling this because it's obviously not clear and you're not being truthful about it. This is the worst.
Anecdotal.
This is the very worst of science and capitalism gone off the charts. And you know I love both of them, but this is where it can't happen. We can't allow our money to fund these Frankenstein experiments that can cause worldwide devastation.
And something that probably, it's all wicked, but can I tell you what may have been the most wicked thing? Is that if you remember, now everybody's conveniently forgotten about this, when the Trump administration started pointing to China and said, we don't need people coming from China here, he was called a xenophobe and
racist.
And Fauci got on the bandwagon that there was no need to cut off travel from China, knowing that we should.
If we had cut that off even quicker and the whole world had cut it off quicker, we would not have had this pandemic spread as far as it did. But nobody wanted to look like they were being hateful or a xenophobe or whatever the phobe of that week is. That's the catchword. I'm shocked that people like Fauci are not in prison. And if we would prosecute some of them, we wouldn't have this problem again. They'd think twice about it.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's 9 minutes now to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Finishing our COVID update today, Pfizer, how you say it? A group called Public Citizen Advocacy. I have a hard time with that word.
That's a hard word to say.
Public Citizen. They gained access.
Or the orator of free speech.
Yeah, freedom of information, and they've gotten access to what was going on with Pfizer and our government. And the company, Pfizer, had 73 formalized deals for its COVID-19 vaccine, but only 5 had been formally published, and because they had the redactions there, and 7 of the unredacted contracts that Public Citizen was able to gain access to by demanding that they have the right to see it, since it involves our government. Bubba, we found that Pfizer's, just the 5 that they found that were unredacted, $5 billion. $5 billion. And they said that there's evidence here that Pfizer used power to shift the risk and maximize profits in their secret government contracts. It said the group also accuses Pfizer of blocking donations of the shot, opposing intellectual property waivers, and having unilateral authority on decisions and more. It says Pfizer had reportedly rejected the group's allegations, but now they have produced the evidence that says what we were alleging is true. So there was some things going on. Pfizer was given a little too much power, knew the country was in a bind, knew we needed a vaccine, and it sounded like they milked it for all it was worth.
Well, look, I'm glad we have these biotech firms that can do this kind of research at that level and turn it out. That's part of the free enterprise system. But again, you have to have this balance where we need you to be able to do that and provide it at a profit that's fair, that the American people can afford, but not stick it to us on the backside of this.
No pun intended.
So to speak. Jab.
Yeah, and this is the thing again, and so this is why you also see things that make us tilt our heads on why is natural immunity just being ignored, as if you don't have the vaccine, even if you have natural immunity, then you're at higher risk. We're even saying things like, well, no, yeah, they're good, but the vaccine even better. And you're just like, I'm not sure I'm buying that. And we're seeing some studies that don't exactly confirm that. So it would make more sense if you knew, hey guys, we got just $5 billion just on 5 contracts of vaccines here, and Pfizer was. I mean, that would tend you sometimes to say, that hey, the vaccine is the end all.
Look, I hate to go back to the movie The Fugitive, okay?
Mm-hmm.
But
The Fugitive. And I'm not saying the vaccine hasn't been helpful, because it has.
When you get billions of dollars in play, you have to have people with the highest moral upbringing you can have, because the temptation for easy money will bring men to their knees. I hate to quote Glenn Fry also while I'm talking about this. But would a company tilt results if billions of dollars were on the line? Would they do some unethical things, if not illegal? It's very possible, and they have to be watched. And I think the way you stop that is you have a good loop of watchdogs that they have to justify what they're doing, and you keep an eye on them so they can still operate in the free market and provide some amazing things that the world needs.
Of course.
But also not get power hungry and get out of control. And look,
well, also don't create a fake world. Let's just keep telling the truth.
And look, let's remember
you still got plenty of people that want and need and should take the vaccine. There's no need to go this far.
And it's not just in that, Rick. It's in other industries too. Our defense industry has to guard from this. You may remember President Eisenhower in his farewell speech said you've got to watch against the war industrial complex. Well, no Republican wanted to hear that. We thought we built the best and it kept us ahead. But look, evil can slip into any situation, and we've got to demand the very highest moral guidelines that these people go by.
And now watch this. We got a montage, and then you go to how we make our living. So now we know that Pfizer's toting a lot of cash to what? Buy advertising.
Yep.
And when you buy a lot of advertising, and when you buy a lot of advertising, you probably get yourself in a position where favorable stories. Here's a montage of exactly what I'm talking about right here.
You buy Pfizer. CBS Health Watch sponsored by Pfizer. Anderson Cooper 360. Brought to you by Pfizer.
ABC News Nightline. Brought to you by Pfizer. Making a difference. Brought to you by Pfizer.
CNN Tonight. Brought to you by Pfizer. Early Start. Brought to you by Pfizer. Friday night on Aaron Burnett Out Front. Brought to you by Pfizer.
This Week with George Stephanopoulos is brought to you by Pfizer.
This weather report brought to you by Pfizer.
Today's countdown to the royal wedding is brought to you by Pfizer.
And now a CBS Sports Update brought to you by Pfizer.
Is brought to you by Pfizer.
That's creepy.
Now, look, I don't have a problem with them advertising. I think that's a great thing, and they need to build corporate image and get their messaging out. I don't have a problem with that. But don't think for a minute that when you spend that kind of money and you have that kind of reach, it doesn't affect the content of the news department and how they look at things. Just if you think it doesn't, then you are living in a la-la world, guys. Come on.
And that's the point. And, it's one thing if it's entertainment.
Yeah.
But these are the people supposed to be bringing you these stories.
That could be detrimental to Pfizer.
And update you on what's going on with vaccines. And
look, Pfizer has made some wonderful products. Look, I know Greg brags on them all the time. I mean, it's...
Look, I'm not anti-Pfizer, but I'm telling you, I work in the industry, and we're a comment. Look, I'm just going to pull the curtain back completely. I'm just going to tell you straight up. If there is a big hamburger company that's writing a big old check to the Rick and Bubba show, and there's a negative story about hamburgers in the stack, there'll be a discussion on whether we should do it or not.
Well, you'll hear about it, that's for sure.
And
hey, listen, we're peons in this thing. That's a whole nother league they're talking about.
Yeah. So
and this segment brought to you by Moderna.
That montage was quite opening, wasn't it? Yeah. Well, because you think they're not told. Look, guys, no negative Pfizer stuff.
Yeah, they're right there. Because those things they're sponsoring are very expensive to sponsor.
Well, and what this Citizens Group showed you is they got a lot of money to spend on advertising.
I will say this: you usually don't see the billboards promoting their billboards, and what I'm talking about, the electronic openings they're having, the billboard segments, where they have sponsors in it. That's something. Those are rare.
Not common.
Yeah, they're writing a big enough check to totally dominate that, and we've seen that in even in our industry. We've had advertisers that didn't like what we did, and have tried to get us pulled off station.
Oh, absolutely.
But they've been successful.
It's one thing to have a commercial in the break. It's another thing to have the live show brought to you by.
Yeah.
That's a big check right there. That's your big boy.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. Thanks for being with us. Much to discuss starting this hour. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler all here. And we invite you to join us this hour by phone, and we'll chat with you. Welcome back. There's Bill Bubba Bussing.
What's up?
What's up, Bubba?
Glad to be here.
We've had 4 people injured. Thank goodness it doesn't look like that anyone was killed. But we've got a video to start the hour. I got a couple that we'll look at and some stories that we will cover. But we have a train slamming into a semi-truck. And this video was caught. And let me tell you something. I'm thankful that there was no deaths, but there have been people injured.
My money's on the train.
Well, trains, Greg, you might have heard this before. It's hard to stop a train.
You can't stop a train.
Rick,
on
queue
dime.
up. I played chicken with a train.
Oh my goodness! And you don't want this. I'm very, very.
Why would the guy get on the track? I mean, the trains don't sneak up on you.
Yeah, but Greg, some people think, and I don't know whether the truck was broke down or what the situation.
A lot of times I think they get hung up and can't get off of it.
So let's find out. Here it is. Let's find out.
All right, want to go to that terrifying scene I've been teasing a little bit in Oklahoma, and before we show you it, we do want to let you know, amazingly, everyone involved is okay. Watch this.
Oh, good gracious, Bubba! Why is he on the track?
Y'all,
you know,
that train didn't even flinch.
So 4 people are recovering from injuries after that collision between an Amtrak train and a semi-truck stopped on the tracks. The local sheriff says the truck got stuck on the tracks because of its weight. The driver and his dogs were able to escape before that crash. 4 of the people on the train, though, were in fact injured. No lives, thankfully, lost. But what an incredibly tragic scene there. And thankfully, though, everyone
look at the guard thing going up after the train's gone
before the crash actually happened.
So that
in case there's any doubt, train versus anything, train's going to win.
Train wins. Every
so
time.
NBC with that story. So they said the guy was too heavy and he got stuck, couldn't get over the hump there.
I guess it looked like there was a little hump where the tracks were, and it looks like maybe the lower part of his trailer. Now this was a car hauler. He had cars on there. Rick, that train threw those cars around like they were matchbox.
And they said the injuries were the people on the train. So what?
Had to be probably up in
was
the front.
them slowing down or just
probably. I bet it's the people
driving
driving
the
train.
windshield of
the people in the front.
train.
Yeah.
But it looks like the train didn't even
watch the white van. What he does to the white van. Oh my goodness!
I mean, it throws.
It throws that white van like it was picking up and somebody throwing a rock.
It did not phase that train 1 mile an hour. Wow.
Wow, that's
those things are scary when you see that. That's I always get nervous too when you're you're first in line up when a train is crossing that. You could be too. I see people getting too close to the train because if it came off the track for some reason, just it tipping over is going to get you if you're right there close by, not counting the slide. I mean, give it a little distance. It's not going to hurt anything.
Well, I do not do the thing where you try to these people that start trying to go over there at the last minute.
No,
and I'll say, I don't know. No.
Hey, look, I've just reserved the fact that I'm losing my vehicle.
All right, if you have someone who like, hey, I'm broke down and I've been here a while, is there no way to alert the train? Hey, there's something on the track that's sitting.
Rick, it takes miles for that thing to stop.
I know.
It has no hope. I mean,
that one there wasn't even. I mean, it
didn't look like they tapped the brakes. But again, it takes miles to stop, so you're probably better just stay at speed and run through it.
Can I see the truck far enough out that I'm like going, all right, everybody get down.
Get ready.
Yeah, everybody get down. Everybody get down on the floor. If you're up here with me, let's get down.
Yeah.
That shows
you hope it don't derail.
Yeah.
During all that.
Yeah. So nobody hurt, but 4 people injured on the train.
Wow.
The guy and his dogs. Yeah.
Kind of wonder what breed.
I do. I like
he's got a. Is it a Basset Hound? Maybe.
I'm thinking
lab. Beagle.
Lab.
I'm sure the dogs wanted to go in the truck.
You thought it was Snowman.
I did.
Hey,
that's exactly what I thought it was.
Hey, Fred.
Some of those cabs, I mean, those trucks are huge now.
Oh, sure. Got beds in them.
Yeah, big old thing.
That's your big boy there.
Do y'all remember? Because I know we saw one too. I mean, you talking about getting into associated videos and linked videos. You can watch these train crashes for an hour. Do y'all remember the one that had we saw it here that had the propeller that was going to the windmill on it? You know how big that thing is?
That's a big one.
And that guy got hung up.
That's a big one right there. Adler Video 9, for some reason I think Greg may want this. All right. So if you remember, they said, do you remember the story? It seems like we might have even touched on it.
I think we did.
Vietnam's real-life Tarzan.
You know,
first time he saw the modern world, was after 40 years of living in the jungle.
Wow.
I don't know if I saw that story, Rick, or I'm thinking of the Disney show where he came and saw the world.
Greg, code name Mowgli.
I saw the article, and there's no doubt because boy, them teeth were a wreck.
All right, but anyway, he is dead.
He definitely was living in the woods.
Here's the thing: dead at 52 from cancer.
Oh, so that brought him into the public.
Is that him? Is that him?
This is
Rick
him.
Fade left him, so give him choppers.
Yeah, well, Greg, there's not much you can do about your teeth if you lived in the jungle for 40 years. Do you wonder if there's not something we could have done for his teeth?
That's Ho Vang Lane.
They've been hiding from the Vietnam War, which ended in '75. They didn't know. They did not know.
Wow, they missed it. Hey,
Yeah.
you talk about overstaying.
Right. And
he was hiding from the war.
Greg, wait a minute. Did we bring him to the modern world only for cancer to get him? Nah, it looks like we
Was he living in the modern, or did he go back to the? Okay,
they brought him out after 40 years of living there, but I mean, has he been living in the modern world ever since?
Wow, boy, doesn't he? They
Liver
should have a
cancer.
contest for him.
Liver cancer. This feels familiar to me. I think we've seen some of this, but I could be wrong. Look at him in that airplane. He's like, what in the world?
Looking out the window.
Yeah.
Good night.
I know, guys.
What's he got? 2 teeth?
Let's get him to Dr. Dudney.
they're
Let's get him to
brown.
Dr. Dudney as soon as he gets on the ground.
Yeah.
Well,
fix Tarzan's mouth.
Greg,
you know, living out there in the jungle, there's probably not a good supply of Crest.
Probably
you know,
not. There's got to be some kind of jungle herb or something.
I mean, maybe rinse your mouth out or something.
Yeah, the Crest
Whatever
machine.
he was doing was not working. I'll tell you that. Don't you know it? He had some serious toothaches.
Does it ever?
They quoted him. He said, "Damn, this war's long."
Well, I was about to say, at some point, do you think to yourself it might be over?
I ain't heard a shot in 30 years.
Yeah. Should we go up and take a look around? See what's up?
I mean, I hadn't heard not one mortar.
So did his dad?
Let
me ask you
any
this.
idea how much time's passed? I don't know, but it's been a lot.
It's been a while.
Did his dad
No
die out
planes.
there? Was that it? And he was the kid and was
maybe.
left?
I think it must be something.
I think we may be adding something, but you may be right. But it makes sense.
Could he run real fast? Do you know?
Could he swing?
You think about the world's greatest athlete?
The world's
that
greatest
Disney
athlete.
movie.
Yeah.
Look, they asked
Which
him,
I love that movie.
Have you ever seen a woman? I saw them in the village.
Man, not with them teeth.
Greg.
Yeah.
Seen a woman.
I saw her from afar.
Wow. Well, why are they asking these kind of questions?
And we don't mean something you started with a match.
My father did not explain that to me. They're asking him if he knows about SEX.
He said, no, but there is there is a wild goat over here.
Greg, you see, that's too
You're
far.
going to have to stop now.
The world.
I wanted to see the questions they were asking, what he was saying. What was that about a moon? About the moon?
They're asking all kinds.
We might ought to screen these questions.
Greg, who asked that kind of question?
I know, he needs to quit smiling.
Well, I wasn't.
Boy, he'll display them choppers in a minute.
Well, Greg, he doesn't know. Look. Good night.
Well, let's try to save him too. We got.
Close up.
Would you see when he put him on an airplane? Why don't we bring him along real quick?
Yeah.
Gets in the modern world. Look what
Let's
happened.
start with a bicycle.
15 minutes past.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
20 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. So we talked earlier in the program to former Senator Jim DeMint out of South Carolina. And one of the things we discussed was something that we've talked about a lot on the show, and that is the inability to regulate the social media platforms who are deciding for themselves who can and cannot express themselves and what you can and cannot say without ever declaring whether they're going to be a platform or they're going to be a publisher.
And Rick, they are the truth detectors. They are the fact checkers of society.
Parler tried to get in there. They cut their legs out from under them. Well, guess who is riding in to save the day? Trump has announced Truth Social Network, and he claims they're going to roll it out in the first quarter of 2022.
It will be called Truth.
Truth. He said it gives a voice to all and fight back against big tech. Now, one thing that we must ask about Truth Social, a social media network that aims to stand up to the tyranny of big tech, this sounds very Parler-like. So, have we resolved the problems that Parler had? Hey, you took your server from us and went home?
Well, that's the problem. It's the equipment that you host these things with. It is the interconnection between them and the internet, the routers, the bridges, basically, that form that. So much of it is owned by the big tech companies. They basically can just shut you out. Even if you own your own server, whoever controls what they call the DNS, which actually turns the website you type into a number, is who can control the flow on the internet. And if your DNS server is not, if you're not reaching that DNS server, you don't exist.
Greg, I know this is the kind of stuff that is your absolute favorite. Let me read you a statement from the former president. Okay?
I bet it's
and I know
something
you love this. There's a lot in here that is what you love about Big T. I created Truth Social. He did. I created Truth Social and TMTG to stand up to the tyranny of big tech. We live in a world where the Taliban has a huge presence on Twitter, yet your favorite American president has been silenced. That's unacceptable. Your favorite. He's declared himself our favorite American president.
Well, now on this one, if anybody with opposing views to him, do they get to stay on?
Right.
Or are we going to have any network? I mean, he may be. I don't know.
Yeah, I think they're saying that because I tell you what I don't really want is for us to continue this tribalism. And I know
that's ridiculous.
Where, I'm going to go over here on this social network where everybody agrees with me.
Yeah,
I mean,
what
we need to get back to critical thinking and debate and conversations and have.
Well, Rick, we can't. You get canceled halfway through.
I know.
Even
I
if
know,
you have
know,
bad
right.
information, let it stand up to the scrutiny of the people.
Right.
You know, it's like these medications and things that have been out there. And I know we have a montage from CNN about ivermectin.
Oh yeah.
Look, I don't know if ivermectin fights COVID-19 or not. Don't know. We do know this. It has been very effective in what it was designed for, and that is stopping the spread of people who are infected with worms and parasites and
river blindness.
To the point it won
it eradicated river blindness.
Yeah, river blindness, which is a parasite problem.
So I got the Nobel Prize.
It won the Nobel Prize in 2015 for that. We can't. Those are facts. We can't deny that. So. Yes, is it used in deworming for horses and dogs and all that? Yeah, it's used in a lot of things. But just to simply say that ivermectin is a horse dewormer and it shouldn't be used for COVID without the proof that it is not effective is not good. And it's also if you don't have evidence that it works. So just let the studies fall. Let it go where it may. Report on it. Just let it play itself
honestly
out.
Report on it.
Yeah. Well, let's go back to this in Adler video 5A on this point. But what I'm saying is also don't act like there's not a version of ivermectin that human doctors prescribe to human beings. I mean, don't act like that's not true. I mean, you know, and you heard Joe Rogan call him out.
He was a little offended.
Sanjay tried to claim they didn't do that. And he's like, yes, you did.
Absolutely.
I mean, CNN absolutely did that. So here is a montage of CNN, and they never refer to ivermectin as anything other than a horse dewormer.
Right.
And you're going to hear Rogan in this clip as well. You're going to hear Rogan jumping in this clip as well.
Okay, here we go.
It blows my mind that Joe Rogan just yesterday admitted to taking ivermectin.
Ivermectin is something more often used to deworm horses.
CNN is saying I'm taking horse dewormer.
Rogan telling his 13 million Instagram followers that he was treated with several drugs, and he included ivermectin on the list, a drug used for livestock.
Rogan said the word ivermectin. Yes, that's the deworming medicine made to kill parasites in farm animals.
Why would they lie and say that's horse dewormer?
So things are clearly bad, but they're being made even worse by people who have refused to take the vaccine and instead are swallowing horse paste.
Wait a second. He said that he got better because he ate cattle dewormer.
They must know that that's a lie.
You have individuals like Joe Rogan, for example, who don't want to take an experimental vaccine but will take horse dewormer.
Well. If it isn't old horseworm Rogan.
Ivermectin is often used to deworm livestock.
Ivermectin apparently given to deworm animals.
It's a lie on a news network, and it's a lie that's a willing. That's a lie that they're conscious of. It's not a mistake.
Yeah.
They're unfavorably framing it as veterinary medicine.
Joe Rogan, he came down with COVID. He says he's been taking the livestock dewormer ivermectin.
They lied and said I was taking horse dewormer.
Ivermectin is a drug that is commonly used as a horse dewormer.
They keep saying I'm taking horse dewormer. I literally got it from a doctor.
You know what doctors say? Doctors say you could take it for humans. Yeah, but not for coronavirus.
He may not have gotten it from the feed supply store, but it's the same compound.
When you have a horse deworming medication that's discouraged by the government, that actually causes some people in this crazed environment we're in to actually want to try it. That's the upside down world we're in with figures like Joe Rogan.
Bro, do I have to sue CNN?
He also acknowledged taking a controversial treatment designed for animals.
Does it bother you that the news network you work for out and out lied, just outright lied about me taking horse dewormer?
They shouldn't have said that.
Why did they do that?
I don't know.
See, he was in some of those discussions.
I don't know.
Why didn't he speak up in those discussions? That's their own staff doctor that they have. Look, here would have been a fair way to say it. These people are using a drug that cures river blindness in third world countries. Does it work to help the spread and slow down the multiplication of COVID-19? May not. But see, they intentionally framed it as just a horse dewormer.
Shocking.
Look, it's also used as a dog dewormer. Didn't hear that. You see, they got a memo.
They tested
that says
horse.
We're going to call it horse dewormer.
Farm animals.
Because that makes it sound more insane than this is actually used in third world countries and when you travel abroad for parasites. See, they didn't even include that in the discussion.
I really believe
that's clearly them not being honest about the news by design and on purpose.
And see, I believe you're right, Bubba. They dropped dogs because people love their dogs so much that may not bother them.
Yeah.
They want to go with farm animals.
Right.
So
Farm animal, livestock, big horse.
They think that tested better.
Listen,
but remember,
and
this is the same
about
bunch that told us we weren't allowed and we were backward and we were all in the dark worlds of conspiracy for saying the virus came from the Wuhan lab.
Right.
And same people.
Same people.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but he also said that's not all he took. He did.
Yeah, he took a whole
fusion. He did. That was just one of the things. That's all they talked about is this.
And if doctors and scientists want to sit down without all these agendas and give us a discussion on ivermectin, the drug that is prescribed to humans for parasites, and they want to discuss and debate whether it has any impact on the virus, I'm perfectly okay with that.
Fair.
And I'd love to have that information. But all this is something completely different.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Thank you for being with us. Ancestry.com/Bubba. Everybody having a good time with that. Ancestry.com/Bubba. We're thankful to team up with them and give a lot of you access to billions of records and millions of family trees to let you discover your personal story. You can find a famous relative or perhaps a photo of your great-grandma as a little girl, maybe a distant uncle that changed the world. You didn't even know you were connected to them. You can find your true ethnicity and find family members you didn't even know that you had. We've had some stories like that right here on the show. People have called in. Ancestry.com/Bubba. Get your Ancestry DNA kit. Start your free trial. You can also find a link to access this by going to rickandbubba.com. And simply looking at the sponsors button, you'll find Ancestry.com/Bubba there as well. Some things you need to know as the phones come in. You got plenty of room, and that is that my wife, Sherry Burgess, will be traveling to the land of KYTN, where you hear Rick and Bubba in Union City, Tennessee on November the 6th. She'll be there at Calvary Baptist Church for a women's event. Find all those details at burgessministries.com under upcoming events. And ladies, y'all gather up groups and go out and see Sherry when she comes to the land of KYTN. Got a great, very, very kind phone call from management there saying, look, when Sherry comes to Union City, Tennessee, anything she needs, any help at all, we'll make sure she is treated like a queen while she's in our wonderful city. So that's something coming up on November the 6th, and thanks to all the folks at KYTN and Calvary Baptist for inviting her up, and she's looking forward to it. So let's go to Cindy in Alabama. Cindy, you got 30 seconds on Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hi, yeah, the reason that they're bad-mouthing ivermectin and any other known cure is because they lose their emergency, like they're operating still under the emergency pandemic clause for giving out those vaccines. And the second that there's a known cure that actually helps people, they lose that. To do a vaccine trial takes anywhere from 10 to 15 to 30 years to study the short-term and long-term side effects. Therefore, these experimental vaccines that they're giving out, these mRNA.
I'm not sure ivermectin has been proven to be a cure. I think that's a bit, maybe a little bit of hyperbole there. Can we look at it and know some people that think that it helped them? I think so. And there's been some people that say that the level of it helping is not much of anything. And so I've heard both sides of that. I think the true effectiveness of ivermectin is unproven, but it also pretending it's something that human beings don't take is not true either. And some people have claimed that it was what turned it around for them and kept them out of the hospital. And Neil Cavuto right now is saying the vaccine is what's kept him out of the hospital. So you know, if you want to say ivermectin is on the list of things that you can try to keep it from being severe when you do get it, I think that's fair. Calling it a cure probably.
No, I think that's a little mislabeling.
Yeah.
It helps. It's a therapeutic. And,
right.
Merck just came out and said they've got a pill. We were jokingly calling it ivermectin, marketed under the Merck name.
Ivermectin.
But it really isn't. I read a little more about it yesterday. They think this is going to be a real game changer in this because it is to COVID what Tamiflu is to the flu.
Yeah.
And it stops the virus from replicating by telling the virus to replicate in a different direction.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a complicated thing. I don't understand it. But they say that it really could be a game changer, and they've applied for emergency use for that. And I think it would be really good because it's a pill. You can take it right away.
Yeah.
And it may severely limit what the COVID can do to you as far as infection.
Let's hope so. That'd be a great step forward.
Yep.
Let's go to Chris in Alabama. Chris, go ahead. Welcome to the program. 30 seconds. Go.
Morning, guys. How are y'all doing?
Yeah, how about it?
Good.
Well, me and my wife are traveling to the Louisville area of Kentucky this weekend to pick me up a new truck that I've bought. And if y'all been in the area, what is some fun things that me and her can do?
Ryan Greenwood is who you need right now.
Well, I'm telling you.
Former Rick and Bubba webmaster. He lives there. I mean, I have been there before a couple of times for tournaments, but, I don't remember, much about it other than going over to Churchill Downs and some of that stuff. But I'm not an expert on Louisville. I've been there and have been there for tournaments, but when you're doing tournaments, you're basically at the hotel and at the field.
That's different.
Hit a few restaurants, but boy, Ryan Greenwood could let you in on it. I don't know. I don't know how to get you in touch with Ryan Greenwood. But
I do. I just don't want to give his number out.
Why not?
We'll just give him his email.
Yeah, just give him his email. Yeah. So email us, and we'll try to get you in touch with Ryan Greenwood, sir. We're not as well versed on Louisville, especially since they run us out of town on the rail recently.
Right.
And that one hurt because it was our own partner that did it.
Yeah. I'm looking here at the.
It's one thing when companies cancel us that we don't work with. When your own partner cancels you, that one hurts.
Yeah.
Louisville Slugger Museum and Factory.
Yeah, now I've heard the Louisville Slugger thing's a great tour.
See, I don't want to see that.
And the boys and
I said I would want to see that.
The boys and I went over to Churchill Downs, and we took the tour and looked around. You could see all the famous horses that have raced there.
It's half a day right there.
We enjoyed that. Yeah. The food there's really good. I'd probably hit me a jazz club.
I didn't think I'd ever hear you say that.
Yeah, sure. I didn't say I would. I'm just saying
okay.
He might. Yeah.
That's an attraction.
I know it sounded like I personally would do that.
Yeah.
You're not known for your appreciation of jazz.
Well, Greg, you know what I like?
You were
jazz.
doing chamber of commerce.
Greg, I love hearing music that sounds like you took a bunch of instruments and threw it down steps.
Sure.
All right.
Let's go to.
My idea of jazz was cool in the gang.
Let's go to Alan.
Probably not. But
Alan in Trustful. Alan, go ahead. Listen to ZZK. 30 seconds.
Hey, Rick. It's for Bubba. Bubba, I was hunting near Cotaquilla Road this weekend, and I remember years ago you had a story you told around Halloween, and I don't know if there's some new listeners never heard that story, but
oh boy,
I was hunting and near dark. I heard some very creepy little girls' screams and cries, and it was very weird up on the mountain up there. So
yeah, you're talking about the one-armed Girl Scout.
Oh yeah,
yeah. It's so terrifying. I dare not go there.
Yeah, he may have heard it.
Listen, don't be out there on a foggy night without $2 to buy a box of cookies. I'll tell you that.
And then the follow-up question.
Oh yeah, and have you seen my arm?
Right.
Yeah, that's the one that gets you.
That's the one you got to be watching for.
Here's your Thin Mints, and by the way,
yeah, if you've been listening, probably what you thought were screams was somebody saying, "I got cookies."
Oh boy, I don't think I'd go on that mountain after dark. I don't even get in that area.
No.
That's close to where I used to live too.
You talking about things you can hear out in them woods?
So you say she would follow up the cookies with "Have you seen my arm?"
Yeah, that's the bottom.
Oh yeah,
that's it right
awful.
there.
Let me say, you don't want to hear a doorbell ring.
No. I can tell you this. I know people that live over there. They tell me the stories that it's just horrible.
Let's go to
you wouldn't believe it.
Let's go to Virginia where Donald is standing by. Donald, go ahead. 30 seconds. How about you?
Good morning, guys. This is your favorite president.
Hey, EJ.
Listen, guys. I'm watching this crazy Jen Psaki on TV. I can barely stand it. I feel so bad for her.
So good.
I want to let you know, anytime I watch her on TV, I just have to do what Melania does when she's with me. I just close my eyes and pretend I'm somewhere else.
All right. You know what? That wasn't half bad. That's pretty good.
No.
Let's go to.
You were over there laughing like Snuffy Smith.
Well, I feel so bad for
her. Charlie and Ardmore, go ahead.
Hey there.
Hey, Charlie. Go ahead.
Hey, listen, I got a national emergency we need to address.
All right.
We just moved into a new house and trying to get furniture put together. Have you ever gone to a store, bought something you got to put together at home? Oh, my goodness. Who thought of that stuff? What idiot puts those directions with pictures and no words on them?
Yeah.
You know the problem. I had a class in college that I actually had to go to. It was called technical writing, and it was about doing that kind of writing. And boy, it is a lost art. It is a lost art. First off, the people doing the writing have no idea what they're writing about, and that's the first problem. They don't understand what they just are trying to
by the way, that's
mechanically put it together, and they don't understand about actually the position you have to get things in, and it's just a mess.
When you think if you're going to
the drawings are terrible.
You
know how I do it now? I lay everything out. I look at the picture on the front of the box and try to put it together. I may have to take it apart 2 or 3 times.
Yeah.
Good luck with the directions.
No, directions are horrible. If someone's going to write instructions, like Bubba said, you must know what you're instructing people to do.
Yeah, you ought to make those people put it together and write the instructions as they do it. I feel like most of them have never held a screwdriver.
Never. No.
Ever.
Let's go to Cynthia in Huntsville, 100.3 The River.
Come on, Cynthia.
Cynthia, go ahead. Welcome.
Good morning, guys.
Hi.
So a couple of weeks or however long it was ago, the saga about Bubba and his truck or his Jeep or whatever, did he sell it? Did he get a new one? What's going on?
Cynthia,
what's he riding on? What's he riding on today?
I have tried to keep everybody updated that had emailed me. The truck is being repaired, and it is still in the shop being repaired. I know that seems like it's been going on a long time. Trust me.
Because it has.
I'm familiar with that. I don't know if you've tried to get car parts lately. It's tough, but that truck is being repaired. I'm in the Hendrick Jeep Gladiator right now that I love driving, and we're going to get that repaired and then probably sell it. We may even sell it here on the show one morning.
Oh, you better believe we're going to.
Should we go with the auction format, or what would be the best format?
We're going to do this like we do. How much you're willing to donate to play golf? It's going to be that same thing. All right,
cut it off at 9:30.
Or walk inside there and not get a chance to play.
Ellen
and Wetumpka. Ellen, go ahead.
Yeah, hey, good morning, guys. I want to let you know how educational your show is. At the most random time, I'm returning some items at our local Tractor Supply store, okay? The girl, and I'm trying to explain what I'm doing, I stumbled over some words, as maybe Bubba and I are prone to do.
Right.
And it must be her boyfriend hanging around up here at the register. And so he starts into this story, and he's lisping like Tyson, the boxer used to do. And he's chatty, and he says, I used to do a little boxing and was into some jiu-jitsu. And I said, oh, Brazilian?
Ah.
He looks at me, this gray-haired woman. What do you know about jiu-jitsu?
Yes,
I'm
sir.
impressed you could say it.
Then she got him in an arm bar. Hey, by the way, did you pick me up a little ivermectin while you were in there?
Yeah. And you said, hey, you want to roll with me?
Tractor Supply store. I feel so bad for her. Well, yeah, so you knew that. You learned that on the show.
Yeah.
You love going in the Tractor Supply store.
Oh, yeah.
I absolutely love it.
Not really.
I do. I walk up down every aisle.
Because Gary talks to me the entire time like I'm an idiot.
Well, go in there by yourself.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other.
Inverness? So 8 minutes to the top of the hour. 866 we be big as a number. Oh yeah. Go Jim. Yeah. Bubba brought up something I thought was urban legend that he and I went and worked out together a few times.
We did when it first opened.
I don't remember that at all.
David, the owner, had us over.
I didn't remember that.
Yeah, we did for a while.
Yeah.
Well, look, I'm excited about what you're doing next.
Yeah. He's talk. Hey, let me tell you something. I've never had him talk to me this much about trying to do better and get in shape. I think he just has to go all in. I think you're there. I think you're ready.
I don't like all in on anything.
I'm talking about 30-minute walk.
The key is easing.
I'm all in on not going all in.
The key is easing in.
Yeah.
But being consistent. If you heard last week's podcast, the thing that you really should have taken away, we tried to corner them on this good, this bad, and they did that to some degree. But what they kept saying is, number one, what's your goal?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you training?
Rick,
for
I
some,
don't want a state goal.
Yeah. Hey, you training for some competition, or you just like Rick over there that wants to sweat and get his heart rate up? A few times a week.
Bubba, your
try
goal
not
could
to
be
have man boobs.
Get to Friday. That's your goal, Bubba.
Yeah, that is. Just get back to work the next day.
Right. And at my age, my body is going to have adverse reactions if I do. If I don't pay attention.
Yeah.
So 2 to 3 days a week is it for me.
Yeah.
And
Rick, you're doing great. You're doing a wonderful job.
Yeah. Well, I'm doing more than I've ever done post football without somebody screaming at me.
Yeah.
And because I did make one commitment that I wish I'd never made when I left the weight room for the last time. I said, I'll tell you what, I'll never go back in there again. And I really stuck to it for about 30 years.
Or more fun.
No, it wasn't, and I still don't enjoy it. I just know the benefits of it, and I like what the results I'm getting.
Yeah.
But do I enjoy it in the moment? No, I'm not one of those people who said, "Oh man, working out's awesome."
Rick, endorphins.
I can't wait to get started.
Endorphins is the key to doing anything, to get yourself to do it.
Yeah, I do it because it benefits me and it's the right thing to do.
Right now, my endorphin rush is coming from the wrong things.
But
I need to move those over.
Yeah, my vote. Let me tell you what hasn't happened. Hey, you know what? Rick's really gotten into working out. That has not happened. What has happened is Rick has made some adjustments that he needed to make.
I almost need that athletic competition part of it to justify to make me want to do it in my psyche.
What about massive heart attack?
Well, it should scare you, but I don't think for most of us walking around, it's not until you're, you have the doctor's appointment, does it really get your attention?
Right.
Yeah. I mean, we're pretty good at compartmentalizing.
What about my clothes fit right?
I give up on that.
Right.
Yeah.
What about?
What
about I have energy and I feel better?
Yeah, but I'm tired when I work out, so it's kind of a trade-off. Yeah. So. But when you're out competing and you want to do good and you want, for me, I'm just talking about for me, and when I'm running to get to something and I can't get to it and I go, well, I could have got to it if I was, a little lighter and had worked out a little bit more, then I want to do it.
So what about, let's go back.
That's kind of my motivation.
Let's go back.
I know me pretty well.
Well, let's go back to Summer Bubba because that was the most successful. That was the most successful run we've ever had.
Oh, it was absolutely to get better.
And I'm just talking about for me. You didn't get into the competition of, wow, look how much weight I lost. Wow, look at that next step I made. Look, I'm getting better.
Well, that was a means to an end. The end was to be able to play and compete better and be quicker and faster and move easier and not have the pain that goes with it. But and the means to that was, hey, I need to lose a few pounds every week. I'm gonna keep an eye on it. So,
what about not so many knee surgeries and foot problems?
Yeah, well, that obviously is part of it. But I just like, I like running and being quick.
Right.
And I miss that. I really do. Snuffy
I'm sorry.
Smith.
Well, it's just hilarious because you got an answer for everything. It's good.
I'm just telling you the answer. What am I supposed to do? I don't know.
No, I think it's honesty.
Yeah, well,
I do. We got to find that motivation to get you going that brings that out in you.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Well, and again,
if it,
I know when I say this,
in a better time, when I'm timed and sprinting, stuff like that.
I don't want to. For me, and if we're kidding around, some if you get down, say, be straight up serious. I'm only talking about me, and I know when I say this, it's going to come across the wrong way, and that's not my intention.
You're gonna be mean again.
But I also don't want to be a liar. It was spiritual for me.
Yeah,
I needed to make a spiritual change, and the way I was living my life was sinful. And so for me to have a better witness going forward. And you would think I'd like to say that it would have motivated me that maybe my wife didn't want to be married to a morbidly obese 305-pound man, and that she just had to tolerate that. But here she was trying to keep herself in some sort of shape.
Yeah,
and so I'm just saying, well, you just have to tolerate that. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Bubba said you're goal oriented. Why don't we set some dates and goals?
Well, I didn't say goal oriented.
Well, your goal was to be able to compete.
Well, I just that was your goal. Feel better when I was competing.
Well, that's a goal.
Getting out, and that was the quickest endorphin rush far as the physical world that I could.
What could get you there now mentally? What could replace that?
Well, I don't know. Why not just replicate that?
Yeah,
I think would be
okay. Well, I think he's searching for the answer because if he knew the answer, he would already be doing it.
Yeah,
he hadn't found it yet. Yeah. As you two once said, I still haven't found what I'm looking for.
Yeah, and I think for me, I think the getting up early hurts me because it kills my desire to do something later in the day.
Yeah, that's why you got to do it before you get home.
Just me.
Yeah, that's it.
Don't ever get home.
No,
you'll never get back out.
That's the reason. Like I said, I go till I'm done, then I go home. Once you go home, I've had those days where I ended up at home and I kept looking at my shorts and my T-shirt over there, and I was like,
"That's where good intentions
but
go."
See,
to die.
that was
So I got to get up out here and then go back.
Yeah. But I'm not always that way, surprisingly, because we used to coach. I would go home and rest, take a nap, doze, whatever, and then go and had a very productive afternoon. So a lot of times for me, that little recycle works better.
You know what they say, and I've heard this down, it's the truth. If you're trying to work out or do better, the hardest part is to actually go it.
Yeah.
Once you get there, then the rest of it kind of flows.
Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thank you for watching Rick and Bubba live on our YouTube channel. We're here live every Monday through Friday.
Be sure to subscribe and hit the little bell for notifications.
Rick and Bubba.
Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Oh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber.